Hello, hi. Sorry, I was rushing to eat my dinner during the, between hitting clicking start stream and now. I've been rushing to finish eating my dinner. Oh. Hello! Hang on. Hi. I made sure we had some nice and moody lighting today. I put some effort into the setup today for once. I usually don't do that, but I did today. Hi everyone. Hello. Hi Sarah, Sandman. Hello Tahia. Hello Lanfer. Hi Olivia. Hello Knives. Hi Axel. Hi Chuckleberry. Hello. Hi Gary. Hello. Hi Teddy. Hello. I decorated a little bit. Hi, you're Trust me, none of you want to move here. None of you want to move here. There's no space. There is space for one. There is space for 80% of one person. In this apartment. Hi Alex as well. Hello. If I missed anyone, I apologize. But hello! I'm happy to see you all. Thank you for being here. It's finally happening. We're doing Lovecraft reading stream today. Got a couple of books, which contains most, if not all, of Lovecraft stories. So we're gonna be reading from some of these books today. I have like several stories marked out, which have been recommended by Carl. Like specifically that I would probably enjoy them. So we're gonna be starting with the one that he recommended the most, which is The Temple, which he thought that I would really enjoy. So we're gonna be starting with that. That is the Nyhet one. The one that is labeled right here. But yeah, I'm glad you all like this setup. It's very cozy. I posted this on Discord, but I bought like this smoke machine that you put in water. You put it in a little bit of water and then it creates smoke, and it has like lights in it and stuff, and it looked really cool on the box. And then I tried it, and it does look very cool. It does look very cool. It's just, it sprays water everywhere. So I couldn't realistically use that without like getting everything wet. So we're not doing that, unfortunately, even though I really wanted to. It would look so good like on this shelf over here. I wanted to put it right here. But no. Didn't work, unfortunately. So the fireplace. Yeah, I got a little fireplace going here. We got the fireplace sounds. We got the rain sounds with the occasional thunder. We got a proper moody setup today. I lit like all of the extra candles and lights and everything that I have in the background. All of them are lit. Everything I could find, except for the galaxy light. The galaxy light is it would be a little bit too overpowering. It would be too overpowering. It would like, you wouldn't be able to see any of the other lights, so I didn't light that, unfortunately, even though I wanted to. The green egg, it's like an underwater landscape thingy. It's very pretty, but it's like an underwater scene. Everything about stream 3 looks 10 out of 10. Thank you. Rain and Thunder is pure ASMR. I thought that it would be the good sounds for today. The glare on the bottom. There are two glare on the bottom. Bottom shelf, yeah, bottom shelf. You can't really see it that well, but that is Rivendell. Yeah, it's a 3D paper cutout thingy. Unfortunately, you can't see it that well on stream. It's very, very pretty. It's incredibly pretty, but you can't really see it that well on stream, unfortunately. But in real life, it's fucking amazing. I remember unpacking it, and I literally gasped out loud when I unpacked it because it was so pretty. Yeah, I wish that you could see it better on stream. If I could have it, like, here, you'd be able to see it, but I'd have to put up a whole shelf there, and, like, the cable for it is very, very short. I know, like, I complained about that before, and people were like, you can replace the cable. And I'm like, you do not want me to start dealing with, like, electrical stuff like that. You don't want me to try to do that. So that's, like, the only place that it can be, because it's so close to the outlet. Hi, Hysteric. Hello, Actor. Hey, Monji. Hello, hello. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You are correct. Also, hi, Ben. Hello, hello. So, like, if someone could, like, do that for me, that'd be cool, but I can't. I'm not gonna go, like, replacing cables, or stuff like that. But yeah, we're gonna be reading some Lovecraft today. Reading out loud is very straining on the voice. So I cannot promise, like, how long we're gonna be reading for. So what I did is I installed some horror games. I installed a couple of new horror games, so that when my voice gives out, we can play some horror games instead. You'll be happy to know that 2 out of the 3 games that I installed are underwater games. One of them I bought purely because I saw a clip of Elijah's on Twitter in a submarine screaming. And, like, he plays significantly more horror games than I do. So yeah. It's called... Which one was that one? Ocean Pressure. Is that one. The other one that I got was Under the Waves, which I think Convo posted in Discord. Hi, Convo. I think Convo posted that on Discord, like, ages ago. Which is... I don't think it's really classified as a horror game, but it is underwater, so it is a horror game. And then I also got a game called Father's Day, which I don't know anything about. So we got some horror games for after my voice doesn't hold up anymore. So yeah, that's today's stream. Hang on, let me just uninstall the games that I did play. Keep my, my Steam library a little bit organized. The one Quantic Dream publishes, yeah, that one. That's the one! So I got those. I don't know how scary it is, but it is, like... It's basically a explore under the water thing. Alan Wake 2. Oof, I don't know. I'm a little bit torn on Alan Wake 2. Everything that I've seen and heard about Alan Wake 2 is that it's absolutely, like, beyond amazing. Here's the thing, though. I didn't really like Alan Wake 1. I haven't played Control. So I'm like, how about, instead of me playing it myself, how about I watch the playthrough of someone who loves it instead? Nobody tell Jesse. He already knows. He already knows that I didn't like Alan Wake 1. And he almost, like, cut all ties to me immediately. Maybe just play Control. It's on the list. Control is on the list of games that I have to play with now that I have, like, a good enough PC for it. So that is on the list. Like, I have kind of been thinking, like, do I just play Control and then replay Alan Wake 1 and see if I like it more now? I don't know. Or do I just watch someone else play Alan Wake 2? Yeah, that's the clip that I saw. That's the exact clip that I saw. And I bought the game within, like, minutes of seeing this. If y'all didn't see it... This is the game that I bought. so much. I hate it so much. So yeah. I'm very excited for that. It is installed. So, like, yeah, we'll see. There is a submarine Lovecraft story. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the one that Carl recommended for me, I'm pretty sure that takes place underwater too. Like an underwater temple. Okay, so check it out. We went for a walk. I wanted to go buy, like... I wanted to buy, like, Halloween decorations, right? That's why I bought the smoke machine thingy, because I went to buy Halloween decorations. So we had to go, like, to a mall, which is, like, a little bit of a longer walk than we usually do. And then I was gonna treat myself to a coffee. We were there, and I was gonna treat myself to, like, a mocha, which I very rarely drink. So whenever I go to this coffee place, I use their app, because I'm not technically allowed to bring him into the coffee place, because they sell food there. Hi Kairos, hi South, hello. I'm not technically allowed to bring him in there, so I order the coffee through their app, and then I just pick it up, right? So then I don't spend any time in there, which is fine. So I go to their app, and I go to their mocha, and it says sold out on whipped cream. So I had to, like, modify my order and select no whipped cream. So I was like, okay, I don't need whipped cream. It makes it better, but I don't need it. But I can't select no whipped cream.
Friend.
It says under no whipped cream, it says sold out.
More than 41 months, Twiggy think.
So I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to select a mocha without whipped cream because they're sold out of no whipped cream. So I couldn't get my coffee without, like, going in and buying it, and I didn't want to do that because then... this whole thing. So I didn't get my coffee. Sal, thank you so much for the 42 months! I really appreciate that so very much. Thank you. That's very kind. Thank you so much for the tier 2 as well. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I mentioned a few times that I wanted to make, like, a little bit of a cave for him here. So I put down, like, this thingy, so now it is, like, a proper cave. It has, like, the full wall and everything. And I had to show him that he can still walk in there. He can still, like, be where he usually is. He just has to walk, like, a slightly different way. And I had to show him that that is still possible. And now he's choosing to lay down there, like, at the opening. What is wrong with him? Yeah, I made, like, a proper pillow fort for him. He's like, no, I'm gonna lay down in the doorway of the pillow fort. What is wrong with this boy? He's autistic. Sometimes I think he is. I genuinely. It would explain a lot. It would explain so much about him. Hi, Carl. Hi, Dana. Hello. My apartment is on fire. Carl. Link. Autistic. Yes or no? Because, like, it explains pretty much everything about him. How do you diagnose autism in dogs? Autism in dogs. Aren't all dogs? Eh. They kind of are. Signs of autism in dogs include repetitive motions such as circling a room, chronic tail tracing, obsessive teeth grinding, sensitivity to sounds and smells, causing overreactive reactions to stimuli. The whitest red hairs thing you googled ever. Well... I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. But it is funny that that, like, fully explains them. Anyway. Sorry. Shall we begin? We shall start. I'm not gonna ruin your books, Carl. I promise. He's just a fuck. This is true. This is entirely accurate. We're gonna start today's reading session. The Temple. 5 minutes after your exciting mocha film adventure. Yes. Look. I was struggling. Okay, I really wanted a coffee. And I was denied by technology. Their app is broken. And it denied me. Better we save somewhere? It'll be up on YouTube. Unless the audio that I'm playing right now, unless the ambient sound that I'm playing right now will be copyrights, like automatically flagged and muted. As long as that doesn't happen, this will all be up on YouTube. And the stream will stay on Twitch for like 2 months. Shut up for about 10 seconds. Okay. Bad news. Okay, new plan. I'm gonna record this stream locally. I'm now recording this stream locally in addition to streaming it so that I can upload the raw footage onto YouTube. So yes, the stream will be on YouTube. Shazam detected as that. That's not the one that we're listening to. That's not even the one that we're listening to. Oh well. Yeah, so I'm recording the stream locally, which means, well, it'll be uploaded. It'll be uploaded. There's something start. Sorry, I literally told you, wintertime. Europe changed their clocks, yes, like on Sunday. I told you. Does he really go stories without underlighting your face? Is that better? I don't want to have this that close to the book, actually. Why in the fuck do clocks change? The sun doesn't change. Hi, Fari! Let me introduce you to a concept of wintertime and summertime. Also, someone asked if this was like a Lovecraft Bible because we're so thick. I have two very thick books. This is the Eldritch Tales, and then we also have the Necronomicon, which is even bigger. It's not just Europeans, it's literally like the rest of the world. Sorry, except for you guys. Get with the times. You want to be a first world country? Get with the times. Okay. I'm not gonna respond to chat while reading, by the way. While reading, I'm not gonna be responding to chat. I'm gonna be reading and then in between chapters and stuff, I'm gonna be responding to chat. Just as a heads up. Fuck me, this is long. Okay. I do have enough light to read. If there's a ghost behind me, just let it take me. Stop slamming the mic. I'm not even! It's not even touching the mic! It's not even... fuck off, it's not even touching the mic. Okay. Why am I nervous about this? Why is this stressing me out? I don't know. You're building the... yeah, we're building the mood. Shut up! Shut up! The temple. On August 20th, 1917, I, Karl Heinrich Graf von Altenburg Ehrenstein, Lieutenant Commander in the Imperial German Navy and in charge of the submarine U-29...
Pop, pop, peanut butter, butter pops. Pop, pop, pop them in your mouth. Pop.
What an asshole!
Really not responding?
Deposit this bottle and record in the Atlantic Ocean at a point to me unknown, but probably about N latitude 20 degrees, west longitude 35 degrees, where my ship lies disabled on the ocean
I
floor.
just want nice bits.
Poop. I do so because of my desire to set certain unusual facts before the public. A thing I shall not in all probability survive to accomplish in person, since the circumstances surrounding me are as menacing as they are extraordinary, and involve not only the hopeless crippling of the U-29, but the impairment of my iron German
This
will
is why we can't have nice things.
in a manner most disastrous. On the afternoon of June 18th, as reported by wireless to the U-61, bound for Kiel, we torpedoed the British freighter Victory, New York to Liverpool, in north latitude 45 degrees 16, west longitude 28 degrees 34, permitting the crew to leave in boats in order to obtain a good cinema view for the Admiralty records. The ship sang quite picturesquely, bow first, the stern rising high out of the water, whilst the hull shut down
The only nice thing is
perpendicularly
Twiggy responding to chat while reading a
to the
book.
bottom of the sea. Our camera missed nothing, and I regret that so a fine reel of film should never reach Berlin. After that, we sank the lifeboats with our guns and submerged. When we rose to the surface, about sunset, a seaman's body was found on the deck, hands gripping the railing in curious fashion. The poor fellow was young, rather dark, and very handsome, probably an Italian or Greek, and undoubtedly in the Victory's crew. He had evidently sought refuge on the very ship which has been forced to destroy its own. One more victim of the unjust war of aggression which the English pig dogs are waging upon this fatherland. Our men searched him for souvenirs and found in his coat pocket a very odd bit of ivory carved to represent a youth's head, crowned with laurel. My fellow officer, Lieutenant Clense, believed that the thing was of great age and artistic value, so took it from the man himself. How it had ever come into the possession of a common sailor, neither he nor I could imagine. As the dead man was thrown overboard, there occurred two incidents which created much disturbance amongst the crew. The fellow's eyes had been closed, but in the dragging of his body to the rails they were jarred open, and many seemed to entertain a queer delusion that they gazed steadily and mockingly at Schmidt and Zimmer, who were bent over the corpse. The boatswain Mueller, an elderly man who had known better had he not been a superstitious Alsatian swine, became so excited by this impression that he watched the body in the water and swore that after it sank a little, it drew its limbs into a swimming position and sped away to the south under the waves. Clense and I did not like these displays of peasant ignorance, and severely reprimanded the men, particularly Mueller. There's a picture. I'm gonna show the illustrations because they're very good. They're very good. We're not gonna start over. This is your fault. This is all your fault. We're reading The Temple right now. The next day, a very troublesome situation was created by the indisposition of some of the crew. They were evidently suffering from a nervous strain of our long voyage, and had had bad dreams. Several seemed quite dazed and stupid, and after satisfying myself that they were not feigning their weakness, I excused them from their duties. The sea was rather rough, so we descended to a depth where the waves were less troublesome. Here we were comparatively calm, despite a somewhat puzzling southward current, which we could not identify from our oceanographic charts. The moans of the sick men were decidedly annoying, but since they did not appear to demoralize the rest of the crew, we did not resort to any extreme measures. It was our plan to remain where we were and intercept the liner Dacia, mentioned in the information from the agents in New York. In the early evening, we rose to the surface and found the sea less heavy. The smoke of a battleship was on the northern horizon, but our distance and ability to submerge made us safe. What worried us more was the talk of the boatswain Mueller, which grew wilder as night came on. He was in a detestably childish state, and babbled of some illusions of dead bodies drifting past the undersea portholes, bodies which looked at him intensely, and which he recognized in spite of the bloating, having seen them dying during some of our victorious German exploits. And he said that the young man that we'd found tossed overboard was their leader. This was very gruesome and abnormal, so we confined Mueller in irons and had him soundly whipped. The men were not pleased at his punishment, but discipline was necessary. We also denied the request of a delegation headed by Seaman Zimmer, then the curious carved ivory head be cast into the sea. On June 20th, seamen Bohm and Smith, who had been ill the day before, became violently insane. I regretted that no physician was included in our complement of officers, since German lives are precious, but the constant ravings of the two concerning a terrible curse were most subversive of discipline, so drastic steps were taken. The crew accepted the event in a sullen fashion, but it seemed to quiet Mueller, who thereafter gave us no trouble. In the evening, we released him, and he went about his duties silently. In the week that followed, we were all very nervous, watching for the Dacia. The tension was aggravated by the disappearances of Mueller and Zimmer, who undoubtedly committed suicide as a result of the fears which had seemed to harass them, though they were not observed in the act of jumping overboard. I was rather glad to be rid of Mueller, for even his silence had unfavorably affected the crew. Everyone seemed inclined to be silent now, as though holding a secret fear. Many were ill, but none made a disturbance. Lieutenant Clancy chafed under the strain and was annoyed by the merest trifles, such as the school of dolphins which gathered about the U-29 in increasing numbers, and the growing intensity of that southward current which was not on our charts. It at length became apparent that we had missed the Dacia altogether. Such failures are not uncommon, and we were more than pleased than disappointed, since our return to Wilhelmshaven was now in order. At noon, June 28th, we turned northeastward, and despite some rather comical entanglements with the unusual masses of dolphins, were soon under way. The explosion in the engine room at 2 p.m. was wholly a surprise. No defect in the machinery or carelessness in the men had been noticed, yet, without warning, the ship was racked from end to end with a colossal shock. Lieutenant Clancy hurried to the engine room, finding the fuel tank and most of the mechanisms shattered, and engineers Rabe and Schneider instantly killed. Our situation had suddenly become grave indeed. We could use the device for racing and submerging the ship and opening the hatches. As long as compressed air and storage batteries might hold out, we were powerless to propel or guide the submarine. To seek rescue in the lifeboats would be to deliver ourselves into the hands of the enemies, unreasonably embittered against our great German nation, and our wireless had failed ever since the Victory affair put us in touch with a fellow U-boat of the Imperial Navy. From the hour of the accident until July 2nd, we drifted constantly to the south, almost without plans and encountering no vessel. Dolphins still encircled the U-29, a somewhat remarkable circumstance considering the distance that we had covered. On the morning of July 2nd, we sighted a warship flying American colors, and the men became very restless in their desire to surrender. Finally, Lieutenant Clancy had to shoot a seaman named Traube, who urged this un-German act with a special violence. This quieted the crew for the time, and we submerged unseen. The next afternoon, a dense flock of seabirds appeared from the south, and the ocean began to heave ominously. Closing our hatches, we awaited developments until we realized that we must either submerge or be swamped in the mounting waves. Our air pressure and electricity were diminishing, and we wished to avoid all unnecessary use of our slender mechanical resources, but in this case, there was no choice. We did not descend far, and when after several hours the sea was calmer, we decided to return to the surface. Here, however, a new trouble developed, for the ship failed to respond to our direction, in spite of all that the mechanics could do. As the men grew more frightened at this undersea imprisonment, some of them began to mutter again about Lieutenant Clancy's ivory image, but the sight of an automatic pistol calmed them. We kept the poor devils as busy as we could, tinkering at the machinery even when we knew that it was useless. Clancy and I usually slept at different times, and it was during my sleep, about 5 a.m. July 4th, that the general mutiny broke loose. The 6 remaining pigs of seamen, suspecting that we were lost, had suddenly burst into a mad fury at our refusal to surrender to the Yankee battleship 2 days before, and were in a delirium of cursing and destruction. They roared like the animals that they were, and broke instruments and furniture indiscriminately, screaming about such nonsense as the curse of the ivory image and the dark, dead youth who looked at them and swam away. Lieutenant Clancy seemed paralyzed and inefficient, as one might expect of a soft, womanish Rhinelander. I shot all 6 men, for it was necessary, and made sure that none remained alive. We expelled the bodies through the double hatches and were alone in the U-29. Clancy seemed very nervous and drank heavily. It was decided that we remain alive as long as possible, using the large stock of provisions and chemical supply of oxygen, none of which had suffered from the crazy antics of those swine-hound seamen. Our compasses, depth gauges, and other delicate instruments were ruined, so that henceforth our only reckoning would be guesswork, based on our watches, the calendar, and our apparent drifts as judged by any object we might spy through the portholes and from our conning tower. Fortunately, we had storages of batteries still capable of long use, both for interior lighting and for the searchlights. We often cast a beam around the ship, but saw only dolphins, swimming parallel to our own drifting course. I was scientifically interested in those dolphins, for though the ordinary Delphinus delphis is a cetacean mammal, unable to subsist without air, I watched one of the swimmers closely for 2 hours, and did not see him alter his submerged condition. With the passage of time, Clancy and I decided that we were still drifting south, meanwhile sinking deeper and deeper. We noted the marine fauna and flora, and read much on the subject in the books that I had carried with me for spare moments. I could not help observing, however, the inferior scientific knowledge of my companion. His mind was not Prussian, but given to imaginings and speculations which have no value. The fact of our coming death affected him curiously, and he would frequently pray in remorse over the men, women, and children that we had sent to the bottom, forgetting that all things are noble which serve the German state. After a time, he became noticeably unbalanced, gazing for hours at his ivory image and weaving fanciful stories about the lost and forgotten things under the sea. Sometimes, as a psychological experiment, I would lead him on in these wanderings and listen to this endless poetical quotations and tales of sunken ships. I was very sorry for him, for I disliked to see a German suffer, but he was not a good man to die with. For myself, I was proud, knowing how the fatherland would revere my memory and how my sons would be taught to be men like me. On August 9th, we espied the ocean floor and sent a powerful beam from the searchlights over it. It was a vast undulating plain, mostly covered with seaweed and strewn with the shells of small mollusks. Here and there were slimy objects of puzzling contour, draped with weeds and encrusting with barnacles, which Clancy declared must be ancient ships lying in their graves. He was puzzled by one thing, a peak of solid matter, protruding above the ocean bed nearly 4 feet at its apex, about 2 feet thick, with flat sides and smooth upper surfaces, which met at a very obtuse angle. I called the peak a bit of outcropping rock, but Clancy thought that he saw carvings on it. After a while he began to shudder, and turned away from the scene as if frightened, yet could give no explanation save that he was overcome with the vastness, darkness, remoteness, antiquity, and the mystery of the oceanic abysses. His mind was tired, but I am always a German, and was quick to notice 2 things: that the U-29 was standing at a deep-sea pressure splendidly, and that the peculiar dolphins were still with us, even at a depth where existence of high organisms is considered impossible by most naturalists. That I had previously overestimated our depths, I was sure, but nonetheless we must still be deep enough to make this phenomena remarkable. Our southward speed, as gauged by the ocean floor, was about as I had estimated from the organisms passed at a higher level. It was at 3:15 p.m., August 12th, that poor Clancy went wholly mad. He had been in the conning tower using the searchlight when I saw him bound into the library department where I sat reading, and his face at once betrayed him. I will repeat here what he said, underlining the words that he emphasized. He is calling. He is calling. I hear him. We must go. As he spoke, he took his ivory image from the table, pocketed it, and seized my arm into an effort to drag me up and drag me up the companionway to the deck. In a moment, I understood that he meant to open the hatch and plunge with me into the water outside, a vagary of suicidal and homicidal mania for which I was scarcely prepared. As I hung back and attempted to soothe him, he grew more violent, saying, "Come now, do not wait until later. It is better to repent and be forgiven than to defy and be condemned." Then I tried the opposite of the soothing plan and told him he was mad, pitifully demented. But he was unmoved and cried, "If I am mad, it is a mercy. May the gods pity the man who in his callousness can remain sane to the hideous end. Come and be mad whilst he still calls with mercy." This outburst seemed to relieve a pressure in his brain, for as he finished he grew much milder, asking me to let him depart alone if I would not accompany him. My course at once became clear. He was a German, but only a Rhinelander and a commoner, and he was now a potentially dangerous madman. By complying with a suicidal request, I could immediately free myself from one who was no longer a companion, but a menace. I asked him to give me the ivory image before he went, but this request brought him to such uncanny laughter that I did not repeat it. Then I asked him if he wished to leave any keepsake or lock of hair for his family in Germany in case I should be rescued, but again he gave me that strange laugh. So as he climbed the ladder, I went to the levers and, allowing proper time intervals, operated the machinery which sent him to his death. After I saw that he was no longer in the boat, I threw the searchlight around the water in an effort to obtain a last glimpse of him, since I wished to ascertain whether the water pressure would flatten him, as it theoretically should, or whether his body would be unaffected, like those extraordinary dolphins. I did not, however, succeed in finding my late companion, for the dolphins were massed thickly and obscuring about the conning tower. That evening, I regretted that I had not taken the ivory image surreptitiously from the poor Clancy's pocket as he left, for the memory of it fascinated me. I could not forget the youthful, beautiful head with its leafy crown, though I am not by nature an artist. I was also sorry that I had no one with whom to converse. Clancy, though not my mental equal, was much better than no one. I did not sleep well that night, and wondered exactly when the end would come. Surely I had little enough chance of rescue. The next day I ascended to the conning tower and commenced the customary searchlight explorations. Northward, the view was much the same as it had been the 4 days since we had sighted the bottom, but I perceived that the drifting of the U-29 was less rapid. As I swung the beam around to the south, I noticed that the ocean floor ahead fell away in a marked declivity, and bore curiously regular blocks of stone in certain places, disposed as if in accordance with definite patterns. The boat did not at once descend to match the greater ocean depths, so I was soon forced to adjust the searchlight to cast a sharply downward beam. Owing to the abruptness of the change, a wire was disconnected, which necessitated a delay of many minutes for repairs, but at length the light streamed on again, flooding the marine valley below me. I am not given to emotion of any kind, but my amazement was very great when I saw what lay revealed in that electrical glow. And yet, as one reared in the best culture of Prussia, I should not have been amazed, for geology and tradition alike tell us of great transpositions in oceanic and continental areas. What I saw was an extended and elaborate array of ruined edifices, all of magnificent, though unclassified architecture, and in various stages of preservation. Most appeared to be of marble, gleaming whitely in the rays of the searchlight, and the general plan was that of a large city at the bottom of a narrow valley, with numerous isolated temples and villas on the steep slopes above. Roofs were fallen and columns were broken, but there still remained an air of immemorially ancient splendor, which nothing could efface. Confronted at last with the Atlantis I had formerly deemed largely a myth, I was most eager of explorers. At the bottom of the valley, a river once had flowed, for I examined the scene more closely. I beheld the remains of stone and marble bridges, and sea walks, and terraces and embankments once verdant and beautiful. In my enthusiasm, I became nearly as idiotic and sentimental as poor Clancy, and I was very tardy in noticing the southward current had ceased at last, allowing the U-29 to settle slowly down upon the sunken city, as an aeroplane settles upon the town of an upper Earth. I was slow, too, in realizing that the school of unusual dolphins had vanished. In about 2 hours, the boat rested in a paved plaza close to the rocky wall of the valley. On one side, I could view the entire city as it sloped from the plaza down to the old riverbank. On the other side, in startling proximity, I was confronted with the richly ornate and perfectly preserved facade of the great building, evidently a temple hollowed from the solid rock. Of the original workmanship of this titanic thing, I can only make conjectures. The facade, of immense magnitude, apparently covers a continuous hollow recess, for its windows are many and widely distributed. In the center yawns a great open door, reached by an impressive flight of steps, and surrounded by exquisite carvings like the figures of bacchanals in relief. Foremost of all are the great columns and frieze, both decorated with sculptures of inexpressible beauty, obviously portraying idealized pastoral scenes and processions of priests and priestesses bearing strange ceremonial devices in adorations of a radiant god. The art is of the most phenomenal perfection, largely Hellenic in idea, yet strangely individual. It imparts an impression of terrible antiquity, as though it was the remotest rather than the immediate ancestors of Greek art. Nor can I doubt that every detail of this massive product was fashioned from the virgin hillside rock of our planet. It is palpably a part of a large valley wall, though how the vast interior wall was ever excavated, I cannot imagine. Perhaps a cavern or series of caverns furnished the nucleus. Neither age nor submersion has corroded the pristine grandeur of this awful fane, for fane indeed it must be, and today, after thousands of years, it rests untarnished and inviolate of the endless night and silence of the ocean chasm. I cannot reckon the number of hours that I spent gazing at the sunken city with its buildings, arches, statues, and bridges, and the colossal temple with its beauty and mystery. Though I knew what the death was near, my curiosity was consuming, and I threw the searchlight's beam about in eager quest. The shaft of light permitted me to learn many details, but refused to shew anything within the gaping door of the rock-hewn temple, and after a time I turned off the current, conscious of the need of conserving power. The rays were now perceptibly dimmer than they had been during the weeks of drifting, and as if sharpened by the coming deprivation of light, my desire to explore the watery secrets grew. I, a German, should be the first to tread those aeon-forgotten ways. I produced and examined a deep-sea diving suit of joined metal and experimented with the portable light and air regenerators. Though I should have trouble in managing the double hatches alone, I believed I could overcome all obstacles with my scientific skills, and actually walk about the dead city in person. On August 16th, I effected an exit from the U-29, and laboriously made my way through the ruined and mud-choked streets to the ancient river. I found no skeletons or other human remains, but gleaned a wealth of archaeological lore from sculptures and coins. Of this I cannot now speak, save to utter out my awe at a culture at the full noon of glory, when cave dwellers roamed Europe and the Nile flowed unwatched to the sea. Others, guided by this manuscript, if it shall ever be found, must unfold the mysteries at which I can only hint. I returned to the boat as my electrical batteries grew feeble, resolved to explore the rock temple on the following day. On the 17th, as my impulse to search out the mystery of the temple waxed still more insistent, a great disappointment befell me, for I found that the materials needed to replenish the portable light had perished in the mutiny of those pigs in July. My rage was unbounded, yet my German sense forbade me to venture unprepared into an utterly black interior which might prove the lair of some indescribable marine monster, or a labyrinth of passages for whose windings I could never extricate myself. All I could do was to turn on the waning searchlight of the U-29, and with its aid, walk up to the temple steps and study the exterior carvings. The shaft of light entered the door at an upward angle, and I peered in to see if I could glimpse anything, but all in vain. Not even the roof was Not even the roof was visible, and though I took a step or two inside after testing of the floor with a staff, I dared not go further. Moreover, for the first time in my life, I experienced the emotion of dread. I began to realize how some of poor Clancy's mood had arisen, for as the temple grew me more and more, I feared its aqueous abysses with a blind and mounting terror. Returning to the submarine, I turned off the lights and sat thinking in the dark. Electricity must now be saved for emergencies. Saturday the 18th, I spent in total darkness, tormented by thoughts and memories that threatened to overcome my German will. Clancy had gone mad and perished before reaching the sinister remnant of the past unwholesomely remote, and had advised me to go with him. Was indeed fate preserving my reason, only to draw me irresistibly to an end more horrible and unthinkable than any man had dreamed of? Clearly my nerves were sorely taxed, and I must cast off these impressions of weaker men. I could not sleep Saturday night, and turned on the lights regardless of the future. It was annoying that the electricity should not last out the air and provisions. I revived my thoughts of euthanasia and examined my automatic pistol. Toward morning, I must have dropped asleep with the lights on, for I awoke in darkness yesterday afternoon to find the batteries dead. I struck several matches in succession, and desperately regretted the improvidence which had cost us long ago to up the few candles that we had carried. After the fading of the last match I dared to waste, I sat very quietly, without a light. As I considered the inevitable end of my mind, ran over preceding events, and developed a hitherto dormant impression, which would have caused a weaker and more superstitious man to shudder. The head of the radiant god in the sculptures of the rock temple is the same as that carven bit of ivory which the dead sailor had brought with him from the sea, which poor Clancy carried back into the sea. I was a little dazed by this coincidence, but did not become terrified. It is only the inferior thinker who hastens to explain the singular and the complex by the primitive short-cut of supernaturalism. The coincidence was strange, but I was too sound of a reasoner to connect circumstances which admit of no logical connections, or to associate in any uncanny fashion the disastrous events which has led from the victory affair to my present plight. Feeling the need of more rest, I took a sedative, and secured some more sleep. My nervous condition was reflected in my dreams, for I seemed to hear the cries of drowning persons, and to see the dead faces pressing against the portholes of the boat. And among the dead faces was the living, mocking the face of the youth with the ivory image. I must be careful how I record my awakening today, for I am unstrung, and much hallucination is necessarily mixed in with the fact. Psychologically, my case is most interesting, and I regret that it cannot be observed scientifically by a competent German authority. Upon opening my eyes, my first sensation was an overmastering desire to visit the rock temple. A desire which grew every instant, yet which I automatically sought to resist, though through some emotion of fear which operated in the reverse direction. Next, there came to me the impression of light amidst the darkness of dead batteries, and I seemed to see sort of a phosphorescent glow in the water, through the porthole which opened towards the temple. This aroused my curiosity, for I knew of no deep-sea organism capable of emitting such luminosity. But before I could investigate, there came a third impression, which because of its irrationality, caused me to doubt the objectivity of anything that my senses might record. It was an aural delusion, a sensation of rhythmic, melodic sounds of some wild yet beautiful chant or choral hymn, coming from the outside, through the absolutely soundproof hull of the U-29. Convinced of my psychological and nervous abnormality, I lighted some matches and poured a stiff dose of sodium bromide solution, which seemed to calm me to an extent of dispelling the illusion of sound. But the phosphorescence remained, and I have difficulty in repressing a childish impulse to go to the porthole and seek its source. It was horribly realistic, and I could soon distinguish it by its aid the familiar objects around me, as well as the empty sodium bromide glass which I had no former visual impression in its present location. The last circumstance made me ponder, and I crossed the room and touched the glass. It was indeed in the place where I had seemed to see it. Now I knew that the light was either real or part of a hallucination so fixed and consistent that I could not hope to dispel it. So abandoning all resistance, I ascended to the conning tower to look for the luminous agency. Might it not actually be another U-boat, offering possibilities of rescue? It is well that the reader accept nothing which follows as objective truth, for since the events transcend natural law, they are necessarily the subjective and unreal creation of my overtaxed mind. When I attained the conning tower, I found the sea in general far less luminous than I had expected. There was no animal or vegetable phosphorescence about, and the city that sloped down to the river was invisible in blackness. What I did see was not spectacular, nor grotesque or terrifying, yet it removed my last vestige of trust in my consciousness. For the door and windows to the undersea temple hewn from the rocky hill were vividly aglow with a flickering radiance, as from a mighty altar flame far within. Later incidents are chaotic. As I stared at the uncannily lighted door and windows, I became subject to the most extravagant visions. Visions so extravagant that I cannot even relate them. I fancied that I discerned objects in the temple, objects both stationary and moving, and seemed to hear again the unreal chant that had floated to me when I first awaked. And over all those rose thoughts and fears which centered in the youth from the sea and the ivory image whose carving was duplicated on the frieze and columns of the temple before me. I thought of poor Cleanse, and I wondered where his body rested with the image that he had carried back into the sea. He had warned me of something, and I had not heeded, but he was a soft-headed Rhinelander who went mad at troubles a Prussian could bear with ease. The rest is very simple. My impulse to visit and enter the temple has now become an inexplicable and imperious command which ultimately cannot be denied. My own German will no longer controls my acts, and volition is henceforward possible only in minor matters. Such madness it was which drove Cleanse to his death, bareheaded and unprotected into the ocean. But I am a Prussian and a man of sense, and I will use to the last what little will that I have. When first I saw that I must go, I prepared my diving suit, helmet, and air regenerator for instant donning, and immediately commenced to write this hurried chronicle in the hope that it may someday reach the world. I shall seal the manuscript in a bottle and entrust it to the sea as I leave the U-29 forever. I have no fear, not even from the prophecies of the madman Cleanse. What I have seen cannot be true, and I know that this madness of my own will at most lead only to suffocation when my air is gone. The light in the temple is a sheer delusion, and I shall die calmly, like a German, in the black and forgotten depths. This demonic laughter which I hear as I write comes only from my own weakening brain. So I will carefully don my diving suit and walk boldly up to the steps to that primal shrine, that silent secret of unfathomed waters and uncounted years. That's the temple. He went a little bit mental. Yeah, he went a little bit mad. He went a little bit mad. How's my voice feeling? Surprisingly well. There were a couple of times there where I very much suppressed coughing. There were a few moments where I was like, shit, I have to cough, and I really do not want to cough right now because that would ruin the mood. So I'm just not going to. No, I'm feeling okay so far. I'm feeling okay so far. Hi, Red Talon. Hello, Chubbs. Hello, Danny. Hello, Petey. Hello, everyone else who came in during the reading as well. You probably noticed that I'm not, like, responding to chat while reading. Hi, Silver, as well. Land for Hysteric, Olivia South, Sandman, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you for trying your best to ruin the reading. Thank you for all the bits. I appreciate it. Be quiet for an additional 10 seconds. I'll go refill my water. So, do whatever you gotta do. Thanks, Olivia! Try to been looking forward to this. I'm glad.
Hello,
I'm glad.
friend.
Ugh.
I'll just get this out of the way.
Dana!
Don't trust myself to not interrupt the next story.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the 15 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you so very, very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It didn't work without me in the chair. Wait, what are you trying to do? I can sit here and be quiet for a moment while I look at the rest of the stories, I guess. What do we read next? Is a question. Sorry, I'll be quiet. Boobies. What story is that? Hot naked demon? I don't want to read that. Fuck off, Petey! Good night, Petey. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. You were looking away. You gotta see the boobies. They're really nice boobies. Is it a one-pager? Is it? Which story is it? Because this is like between... Like, this isn't... That picture is just not tied to a story. Let's see. Let them kidnap you and take your soul? Dude, same. Same. Is Carl still here? Actually. He's already marked the ones that I should read. If anyone has any, like, requests... Night Haunter? That better be in here, then. Problem is, there are so many in here. Can I read? Look, it's not that dark. Well, that's not true. It is quite dark. But I am not struggling with the reading. Well, I have my own struggles with reading, but the dark is not one of them. I don't see any, Night Haunter. There's Night Gaunts. Is it part of this fungi from Yugoth? We Dagon? Okay, I can do that. We played the game. Where is that? Is that in the Necronomicon? We played the game that is based on. Dagon. Yeah, it's here. We can read that. Yeah. We can read that. Easy peasy. I don't know if any of you remember this, but there is a game of this story. And I played it on stream, but this is ages ago. Literally, my only memory of this game is there's a boat There's ocean and boat, and the only thing I remember from the stream is that Proud Wozo raided me during the stream. That was August 2022. I thought it was longer ago. I thought that that was longer ago that I played that. Holy shit. Yeah, let's read that. Does it have any? It does have illustrations. It has one illustration. It's not that long either. Night Gaunt was the one that I was thinking about. Is that? Maybe that isn't here. No. Oh, is that the one that I said? Night Gaunt? We can read that next then. Yeah, we can read that next. That seems to be a really short one. Let's do Dogon. I don't actually know how you're meant to pronounce it. In Norwegian, it would be Dogon. Dogon? Dagon. Dagon? Dagon. I don't know. I don't know how you're meant to say it. Hi, Chip. Hello, hello. Spooky story time. Yeah, we're reading Lovecraft. Thanks, Sarah. Which story did you miss? The Temple. We've only done one so far, and that was the Temple. Dagon? Dagon. Dagon. Yeah, that sounds right. Hi, Magnus. What do you mean? What? What? In Norwegian, it would be Dogon. Dogon? Dogon. Depends on your accent. Ding dong? No, not that exciting. Not that exciting, unfortunately. Dagon is one they used in the Dark Corners of the Earth. Let's go with that then. Dagon. Dagon. You weren't expecting to hear something so similar to a word from your vernacular. What do you mean exciting? What do you mean? Doorbells give you anxiety? Olivia, I'm not talking about doorbells. Dagon. Okay. Dagon. Dagon it is. In your head is Dogon. Dogon? It's an unnecessarily complicated word, okay? Swiki, no. Shut up. Good night, my sweet prince. I must be a Lovecraft rookie. I have admittedly not read a lot of Lovecraft in my life. It is true. Sorry for being rude? You were not rude at all. The festival, the horror at Martin's Beach. I'm pretty sure that these are ones that you have. Yeah, the horrors at Martin Beach you checked marked. The festival? You checkmarked the festival too. If you're wondering, I have been given recommendations. Woo! Sorry. I've been given recommendations for what stories to read. The festival is so good. We can do the festival. We can do all of these. We can do all of these. We can read these until my voice gives out. Literally, we'll do this until my voice gives out. This is the stream today. This is the only reason I installed some horror games today was that, like, if we got to the point where I couldn't read anymore, we'd still have things to do. Okay. Sorry, just scooching forward a little bit. Not seeing a reference for the booba picture in the Elder's Tales. You're looking at the author's website. They are a fan of booba. Aren't we all? Aren't we all a fan of booba? Boobs are great. Oh, anyway. Sorry, excuse me. Quickly checking chat. I am. I have plenty of water nearby. You won't? I admire your self-restraint, Lanfer. I admire your self-restraint. You know a couple of gay guys who are afraid of boobs? Not being a fan of them, sure. How are they scary? Yeah, I got plenty of water. I got energy drinks if I need to. They could never articulate why. Fair. Many women have boobs and women are terrifying. This is also true. It could be like a fear by association. Fair, fair. Alright. Shh. It's reading time. I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain, since by tonight I shall... Poop. 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 I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain, since by tonight I shall be no more. Penniless and at the end of my supply of the drug which alone makes life endurable, I can bear the torture no longer, and shall cast myself from this garret window into the squalid streets below. Do not think from my slavery to morphine that I am a weakling or a degenerate. When you have read these hastily scrawled pages, you may guess, though never fully realize, why it is that I must have forgetfulness or death. It was in one of these most open and least frequented parts of the broad Pacific that the packet of which I was supercargo fell a victim of the German sea raider. The Great War was then at its very beginning, and the ocean forces of the Hun had not completely sunk to their later degradation, so that our vessel was made a legitimate prize, whilst we of her crew were treated with all the fairness and consideration due us as naval prisoners. So liberal indeed was the discipline of our captors that 5 days after we were taken, I managed to escape alone in a small boat with water and provisions for a good length of time. When I finally find myself adrift and free, I had but little idea of my surroundings. Never a competent navigator, I can only guess vaguely by the sun and stars that I was somewhere south of the equator. Of the longitude I knew nothing, and no island or coastline was in sight. The weather kept fair, and for uncounted days I drifted aimlessly beneath the scorching sun, waiting either for some passing ship or to be cast on the shores of some habitable land. But neither ship nor land appeared, and I began to despair in my solitude upon the heaving vastness of the unbroken blue. The change happened while I slept. Its details I shall never know, for my slumber, though troubled and dream-infested, was continuous. When I at last awakened, it was to discover myself half sucked into a slimy expanse of hellish black mire, which extended about me in monotonous undulations as far as I could see, and in which my boat lay grounded some distance away. Though one might well imagine that my first sensation would be a wonder at so prodigious and unexpected a transformation of scenery, I was in reality more horrified than astonished, for there was in the air and in the rotting soil a sinister quality which chilled me to my very core. The region was putrid with the carcasses of decaying fish, and of other less describable things which I saw protruding from the nasty mud of unending plain. Perhaps I should not hope to convey in mere words the unutterable hideousness that can dwell in absolute silence and barren immensity. There was nothing within hearing, and nothing within sight, save a vast reach of black slime, yet the very completeness of the stillness of the homogeneity of the landscape had oppressed me with a nauseating fear. The sun was blazing down from a sky which seemed to me almost black in its cloudless cruelty, as though reflecting the inky marsh beneath my feet. As I crawled into the stranded boat, I realized that only one theory could explain my position. Through some unprecedented volcanic upheaval, a portion of the ocean floor must have been thrown to the surface, exposing regions which for insumerable millions of years had lain hidden under the unfathomable watery depths. So great was the extent of the new land which had risen beneath me, that I could not detect the faintest noise of the surging ocean, strain my ears as I might. Nor were there any seafowl to prey upon the dead things. For several hours I sat thinking or brooding in the boat, which lay upon its side, and afforded a slight shade as the sun moved across the heavens. As the day progressed, the ground lost some of its stickiness, and seemed likely to dry sufficiently for travelling purposes in a short time. That night I slept but little, and the next day I made for myself a pack containing food and water, preparatory to an overland journey, in search of the vanished sea and possible rescue. On the third morning I found soil dry enough to walk upon with ease. The odour of the fish was maddening, but I was too much concerned with graver things to mind so slight of an evil, and set out boldly for an unknown goal. All day I forged steadily westward, guided by far-away hummock which rose higher than any other elevation on the rolling desert. That night I encamped, and on the following day still travelled towards the hummock, though that object seemed scarcely nearer than when I had first espied it. By the fourth evening I attained the base of the mound, which turned out to be much higher than it had appeared from a distance, an intervening valley setting out in sharper relief from the general surface. Too weary to ascend, I slept in the shadow of the hill. I know not why my dreams were so wild that night, but ere the waning and fantastically gibbous moon had risen far above the eastern plains, I was awake in cold perspiration, determined to sleep no more. Such visions as I had experienced was too much for me to endure again, and in the glow of the moon I saw how unwise I had been to travel by day. Without the glare of the parching sun, my journey would have cost me less energy indeed. I now felt quite able to firm the ascent which had deterred me at sunset. Picking up my pack, I started for the crest of the eminence. I have said that the unbroken monotony of the rolling plain was a sort of vague horror to me, but I think my horror was greater when I gained the summit of the mound and looked down on the other side, into an immeasurable pit or canyon, whose black recesses the moon had not yet soared high enough to illumine. I felt myself on the edge of the world, peering over the rim into a fathomless chaos of eternal night. Though my terror ran curious reminiscence of Paradise Lost and Satan's hideous climb through the unfashioned realms into darkness. As the moon climbed higher into the sky, I began to see that the slopes of the valley were not quite so perpendicular as I had imagined. Ledges and outcroppings of rock afforded fairly easy footholds for a descent, whilst the drop of a few hundred feet, the declivity became very gradual. Urged on by an impulse which I cannot definitely analyze, I scrambled with difficulty down the rocks and stood on the gentler slope below, gazing into the Stygian depths, where no light had yet penetrated. All at once my attention was captured by a vast and singular object on the opposite slope, which rose steeply about 100 yards ahead of me, an object that gleamed whitely in the newly bestowed rays of the ascending moon. That it was merely a gigantic piece of stone, I soon assured myself, but I was conscious of a distinct impression that its contour and position were not altogether the work of nature. A closer scrutiny filled me with sensations that I cannot express. For despite its enormous magnitude and its position in an abyss which had yawned at the bottom of the sea since the world was young, I perceived beyond a doubt that a strange object was well-shaped monolith, whose massive bulk had known the workmanship and perhaps the worship of living and thinking creatures. Dazed and frightened, yet not without a certain thrill of the scientist or archaeologist's delight, I examined my surroundings more closely. The moon, now near the zenith, shone weirdly and vividly above the towering steeps that heaved into the chasm, and revealed the fact that a far-flung body of water flowed at the bottom, winding out of sight in both directions, and almost lapping my feet as I stood on the slope. Across the chasm, the wavelets washed at the base of the Cyclopean monolith, on whose surface I could now trace both inscriptions and crude sculptures. The writing was in a system of hieroglyphic inscriptions. The writing was in a system of hieroglyphic unknown to me, and unlike anything that I'd ever seen in books, consisting for the most part of conventionalized aquatic symbols such as fishes, eels, octopi, crustaceans, mollusks, whales, and the like. Several characters obviously represented marine things which are unknown to the modern world, but whose decomposing forms I had observed on the ocean-risen plain. It was a pictorial carving, however, that did most to hold me spellbound. Plainly visible across the intervening water, on account of their enormous size, was an array of bas-reliefs whose subjects would have excited the envy of a Doré. I think that these things were supposed to depict men, at least a certain sort of men, though the creatures that were shown disporting like fishes in the waters of some marine grotto, or paying homage to some monolithic shrine which appeared to be under the waves as well. Of their faces and forms I dare not speak in detail, for the mere remembrance makes me grow faint. Grotesque beyond the imagination of a Poe or Bulwer, they were damnably human in general outline, despite webbed feet and hands, shockingly wide and flabby lips, glassy, bulging eyes, and other features less pleasant to recall. Curiously enough, they seemed to have been chiseled badly out of proportion with their scenic backgrounds. For one, the creatures were shown in the act of killing a whale, represented but a little larger than himself. I remarked, as they say, their grotesqueness and strange size, but in a moment decided that they were merely the imaginary gods of some primitive fishing or seafaring tribe. Some tribe whose last descendant had perished eras before the first ancestors of the Piltdown or Neanderthal man was born. Awestruck by this unexpected glimpse into a past beyond the conception of the most daring anthropologist, I stood musing while the moon cast queer reflections on the silent channel before me. Then suddenly, I saw it. With only a slight churning to mark its rise of the surface, the thing slid into view above the dark waters. Vast, Polyphemus-like, and loathsome, it darted like a stupendous monster of nightmares to the monolith, about which it flung its gigantic scaly arms, the while it bowed its hideous head and gave vent to certain measured sounds. I think I went mad then. Of my frantic ascent to the slope and cliff, and of my delirious journey back to the stranded boat, I remember little. I believe I sang a great deal, and laughed oddly when I was unable to sing. I have indistinct recollections of a great storm some time after I reached the boat, at any rate. I know that I heard peals of thunder and other tones which nature utters only in her wildest moods. When I came out of the shadows, I was in the San Francisco hospital, brought thither by the captain of an American ship which had picked up my boat in mid-ocean. In my delirium I had said much, but found that my words had been giving scant attention. Of any land upheaval in the Pacific my rescuers knew nothing, nor did I deem it necessary to insist upon a thing which I knew that they could not believe. Once I sought out a celebrated ethnologist and amused him with peculiar questions regarding the ancient Philistine legend of Dagon, the fish god. But soon perceiving that he was hopelessly conventional, I did not press any inquiries. It is at night, especially when the moon is gibbous and waning, that I see the thing. I tried morphine, but the drug has given only transient surcease, and has drawn me into its clutches as a hopeless slave. So now I am to end it all, having written a full account for the information or the contemptuous amusements of my fellow men. Often I ask myself if it could not have been a pure phantasm, a mere freak of fever as I lay sun-stricken and raven in the open boat after my escape from the German man-o'-war. This I ask myself, but ever does there come before me a hideously vivid vision in reply. I cannot think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless thing that may at this very moment be crawling and floundering on its slimy bed, worshipping their ancient stone idols and carving their own detestable likeness on the submarine obelisk of water-soaked granite. I dream of a day where they may rise above the billows to drag down their reeking talons and remnants of puny, war-exhausted mankind. Of a day where the land shall sink and the dark ocean floor shall ascend amidst universal pandemonium. The end is near. I hear a noise at the door, and of some immense slippery body lumbering against it. It shall not find me. God, that hand. The window. The window. Yeah, I'd want to die too. I would also want to die. Just putting that out there. I get it. I get it. Shadow over Innsmouth, Dunwich Horror, Colorado Space was the longer ones. Festival and Martin Speech were a bit shorter. Okay. Cool. Yeah, Martin's Speech is 7 pages. How long was the temple? 14? It's 14. We just started with like one of the longer stories. It's just cooler X-Files. Dude, I think that what I like the most about them is that you never get a resolution. Oh, I'm actually wearing a dress backwards today. If you're wondering about this outfit, I'm wearing a dress backwards because I like it better this way. I'm gonna wear it like this now. Why? Because I think it's prettier like this. I like it more. Yeah, I think that one of the things that I like the most about X-Files is that X-Files? Lovecraft is you never get a resolution. You never know whether or not like the person who's recalling the stories, you never know if it's like true or if it is a hallucination or a figment of their imagination, or if they actually like properly went insane because of like encountering some being beyond their comprehension. And I think that's pretty cool. I think that that's pretty cool. I like it. You're curious what the front is supposed to look like. It's like, it has like the lacy part that goes all the way up to the neck. It's not a bad dress, I prefer it like this. And if I hadn't told you, you wouldn't have known. You wouldn't have known. Would I quickly get it changed? No. I can't be bothered. You once went to work wearing a sweater inside out and back to front. Impressive. Impressive. I mean, you can kind of see it on the back here. It's just... That's all. Ugh, 50 plus pages? I can't do that. I can't. I cannot do 50 plus pages. Yeah, I'd rather do like a few shorter ones. Like the temple was 19 pages, and I can do that. That's correct. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't... Read it for yourself, yeah. Randolph Carter, is that on this one? I'm hooked now. This was your plan all along. Randolph Carter. If it was true, you would literally always probably go insane. Yeah. But, like, that's kind of why you do go insane. Why these people do go insane is because it's so far beyond, like, what the human mind can comprehend. Where's the fucking... Oh, there it is. Randolph Carter is only 5 pages. That is only 5. Happens to be the thing that irks you the most about modern Lovecraftian games and stuff, you just throw tentacly. Yeah, it's all just tentacles. It's all just tentacles and Cthulhu. And that's it. By the way, Sandman, Lanford, South, Sarah, Olivia, Red Talon, Muttons, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's kind of you. But yeah, like all Lovecraftian stuff that you see in games and stuff, it's just they throw it in your face that it's Lovecraft by being all, look, it's tentacles and Cthulhu. And kindness was, oh, I know! I know that kindness was not the goal. Trust me. Trust me. I'm aware of this. I know exactly what the goal is. Let's do the festival. A couple of you have mentioned the festival. A couple of you have mentioned the festival, so let's do that one. Starts off well. Starts off great. Let's do that. Let me just... Again, I cannot promise how long we're going to be reading for. I feel fine so far. Like, my voice is feeling fine so far. And if that continues, we might be doing this for a while. But I can't make any promises. In terms of like duration. Also, I think it was Olivia who asked how long the audio things are for. The crackling of the fireplace is 12 hours long, and the rain sounds is 8 hours long. There you go. You're welcome. Also just gonna put my phone on mute because I keep getting emails and Steam notifications. Don't skip to 5 hours and 18 minutes, I beg you. Okay. I promise. I promise I will not do that. Put them on the loop, yeah. In case we get to the end and they just abruptly stop in the middle of a story. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Excuse me. Everyone quiet. The festival. I was far from home, and the spell of the eastern sea was upon me. In the twilight I heard it pounding on the rocks, and I knew it lay just over the hill where the twisting willows writhed against the clearing sky and the first stars of the evening. And because my fathers had called me to the old town beyond, I pushed on through the shallow, new-fallen snow, along the road that soared lonely, up to where Aldebaran twinkled among the trees, and toward the very ancient town that I had never seen, but often dreamed about. It was the Yuletide, and that men call Christmas, though they know in their hearts that it is older than Bethlehem and Babylon, older than Memphis and mankind. It was the Yuletide, and I had come to the ancient sea town where my people had dwelt and kept festival to the elder time, where the festival was forbidden, where also they had commanded their sons to keep the festival once every century, that the memory of primal secrets might not be forgotten. Mine were the old people, and were old even when this land were settled 300 years before. And they were strange because they had come as a dark, furtive folk from opiate southern gardens of orchids, and spoke in another tongue before they learnt the tongue of the blue-eyed fishers. And now they were scattered, and shared only the rituals of the mysteries that none living could understand. I was the only one who came back that night to the old fishing town as legend bade, for only the poor and only the lonely remember. Then beyond the hill's crest, I saw Kingsport outspread frostily in the gloaming, snowy Kingsport with its ancient vanes and steeples, ridgepoles and chimney pots, wharves and small bridges, willow trees and graveyards, endless labyrinths of steep, narrow, crooked streets, and dizzy church-crowned central peak that time durst not touch, ceaseless mazes of colonial houses piled and scattered, all angles and levels like child's disordered blocks, antiquity hovering on grey wings over winter-whitened gables and gambreled roofs, fan lights and small-paned windows, one by one gleaming out into the cold dusk to join Orion and the archaic stars. And against the rotting wharves of the sea pounded, the secretive, immemorial sea, out of which the people had come in the elder time. Beside the road, as its crest, a higher... Beside the road, holy shit, why can't I read the sentence? Beside the road, at its crest, a still higher summit rose, bleak and windswept, and I saw that it was a burying ground where black gravestones stuck ghoulishly through the snow, like the decayed fingernails of a gigantic corpse. The printless road was very lonely, and sometimes I thought I heard distant horrible creaking, as of a gibbet in the wind. They had hanged 4 kinsmen of mine for witchcraft in 1692, but I did not know just where. As the road wound down the seaward slope, I listened for the merry sounds of a village at evening, but did not hear them. Then I thought of the season, and felt that these old Puritan folk might well have Christmas customs strange to me, and full of silent hearthside prayer. So after that, I did not listen for merriments or look for wayfarers, but kept on down past the hushed light farmhouse and shadowy stone walls to where the signs of ancient shops and sea taverns creaked in the salt breeze, and the grotesque knockers of pillared doorways glistened along deserted, unpaved lanes in the light of little curtained windows. I had seen maps of the town and knew where to find the home of my people. It was told that I should be known and welcomed, for village legend lives long. So I hastened through the back street to the Circle Court, and across the fresh snow onto the one full flagstone pavement of the town, to where Green Lane leads off beyond the market house. The old map still held good, and I had no trouble. Though at Arkham, they must have lied when they said that the trolleys ran to this place, since I saw not one wire overhead. Snow would have hid the rails in any case. I was glad I had chosen to walk, for the white village had seemed very beautiful from the hill, and now I was eager to knock at the door of my people. The 7th house on the left in Green Lane, with an ancient peaked roof and jutting second story, all built before 1650. There were lights inside the house when I came upon it, and I saw from the diamond window panes that it must have been kept very close to its antique state. The upper part overhung the narrow grass-grown street, and nearly met the overhanging part of the house opposite, so that I was almost in a tunnel, with the low stone doorstep wholly free from the snow. There was no sidewalk, but many houses had high doors reached by double flights of stairs with iron railings. It was an odd scene, and because I was strange to New England, I had never known it like it before. Though it pleased me, I would have relished it better if there had been footprints in the snow and people in the streets, and a few windows without drawn curtains. When I sounded the archaic iron knocker, I was half afraid. Some fear had been gathering in me, perhaps because of the strangeness of my heritage, and the bleakness of the evening, and the queerness of the silence in the aged town of curious customs. And when my knock was answered, I was fully afraid, because I had not heard any footsteps before the door creaked open. But I was not afraid long, for the gowned, slippered old man in the doorway had a bland face that reassured me. And though he made signs that he was dumb, he wrote a quaint and ancient welcome with a stylus and wax tablet that he carried. He beckoned me into a low, candlelit room with massive exposed rafters and dark, stiff, sparse furniture of the 17th century. The past was vivid there, for not an attribute was missing. There was a cavernous fireplace and a spinning wheel, at which a bent old woman in loose wrapper and deep poke bonnet sat back toward me, silently spinning despite the festive season. An indefinite dampness seemed upon the place, and I marveled that no fire should be blazing. The high-backed settle faced a row of curtained windows at the left, and seemed to be occupied though, I was not sure. I did not like everything about what I saw, and I felt again the fear that I had had. This fear grew stronger from what had before lessened it, for the more I looked at the old man's bland face, the more its very blandness terrified me. The eyes never moved, and the skin was too like wax. Finally, I was sure that it was not a face at all, but a fiendishly cunning mask. But the flabby hands, curiously gloved, wrote genially on the tablet and told me that I must wait a while before I could be led to the place of the festival. Pointing to a chair, table, and a pile of books, the old man now left the room, and when I sat down to read I saw that the books were hoary and mouldy, and that they included the old Morrister's Wild Marvels of Science, and the terrible Sadochismus Triumphatus of Joseph Glanville, published in 1681, the shocking Demonolatria of Remigius Glanville, published in 1681, printed in 1595 at Lyons, and worst of all, the unmentionable Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hasared in Olaus Wormius' forbidden Latin translations. A book which I had never seen, but of which I had heard monstrous things whispered. No one spoke to me, but I could hear the creaking of signs in the wind outside, and the whir of the wheels of the bonneted old woman continued her silent spinning. I thought the room and the books and the people very morbid and disquieting, but because of an old tradition of my father had summoned me to strange feastings, I resolved to expect queer things. So I tried to read, and soon became tremblingly absorbed by something that I found in the accursed Necronomicon. A thought and a legend too hideous for sanity or consciousness, but I disliked it when I fancied that I heard the closing of one of the windows that the settled faced, as if it had been stealthily opened. It had seemed to follow a whirring that was not of the old woman's spinning wheel. This was not much, though, for the old woman was spinning very hard, and the aged clock had been striking. After that, I lost the feeling that there were persons on the settle, and was reading intently and shudderingly when the old man came back, booted and dressed in loose antique costume, and sat down at that very bench so that I could not see him. It was certainly nervous waiting, and the blasphemous book in my hand made it doubly so. When 11 struck, however, the old man stood up, gilded to a massive carved chest in a corner, and got 2 hooded cloaks, one of which he donned, and the other which he draped around the old woman, who was ceasing her monotonous spinning. Then they both started for the outer door, the woman lamely creeping, and the old man, after picking up the very book that I had been reading, beckoning me, as he drew his hood over that unmoving face, or mask. We went out into the moonless and tortuous network of that incredibly ancient town, went out as the lights of the curtained windows disappeared one by one, and the dog star leered at the throng of cowled, cloaked figures that poured silently from every doorway, and formed monstrous processions up the street and that, past the creaking signs and the antediluvian gablets, the thatched roofs and diamond-paned windows, threading precipitous lanes where decaying houses overlapped and crumbled together, gliding across open courts and churchyards where the bobbing lanthorns made eldritch drunken constellations. Amid these hushed throngs, I followed my voiceless guides, jostled by elbows that seemed preternaturally soft, and pressed by chests and stomachs that seemed abnormally pulpy, but seeing never a face, and hearing never a word. Up, up, up the eerie columns slithered, and I saw that all the travelers were converging as they flowed near a sort of focus of crazy alleys at the top of the high hill in the center of the town, where perched the great white church. I had seen it from the road's crest when I looked at Kingsport in the new dusk, and it had made me shiver because Aldebaran had seemed to balance itself a moment at the ghostly spine. There was an open space around the church, partly a churchyard with spectral shafts, and partly a half-paved square swept nearly bare of snow by the wind and lined with unwholesomely archaic houses, having peaked roofs and overhanging gables. Death fires danced over the tombs, revealing gruesome vistas, though queerly failing to cast any shadows. Past the churchyard, where there were no houses, I could see over the hill summit and watch the glimmer of stars on the harbour, though the town was invisible in the dark. Only once in a while a lanthorn bobbed horridly through the serpentine alleys on the way to overtake the throng that was now slipping speechlessly into the church. I waited until the crowd had oozed into the black doorway, until all the stragglers had followed. The old man was pulling at my sleeve, but I was determined to be last. Then I finally went, the sinister man and the old spinning woman before me. Crossing the threshold into that swarming temple of unknown darkness, I turned once to look at the outside world as the churchyard phosphorescence cast a sickly glow on the hilltop pavement. And as I did, so I shuddered. For though the wind had not left much snow, a few patches did remain on the patch near the door, and in that fleeting backward look, it seemed to my troubled eyes that they bore no marks of passing feet, not even mine. The church was scarce lighted by all the lanthorns that had entered it, for most of the throng had already vanished. They had streamed up the aisle between the high white pews to the trapdoor of the vaults which yawned loathsomely open just before the pulpit, and were now squirming noiselessly in. I followed dumbly down the foot-worn steps and into the dark, suffocating crypt. The tale of that sinuous line of night marchers seemed very horrible, and as I saw them wriggling into the venerable tomb, they seemed more horrible still. Then I noticed that the tomb's floor had an aperture down which the throng was sliding, and in a moment we were all descending an ominous staircase of rough-hewn stone, a narrow spiral staircase, damp and peculiarly odorous, that wound endlessly down the bowels of the hill past monotonous walls of dripping stone blocks and crumbling mortar. It was a silent, shocking descent, and I observed after a horrible interval that the walls and steps were changing in nature, as if chiseled out of solid rock. What mainly troubled me was that the myriad footfalls made no sound and set up no echoes. After more aeons of descent, I saw some side passages or burrows leading from unknown recesses of blackness to the shaft night mysteries. Soon they became excessively numerous, like impious catacombs of nameless menace, and their pungent odor of decay grew quite unbearable. I knew we must have passed down through the mountain and beneath the earth of Kingsport itself, and I shivered that a town should be so aged and maggoty with subterraneous evil. Then I saw the lurid shimmering of pale light, and I heard the insidious lapping of sunless waters. Again I shivered, for I did not like the things that the night had brought, and wished bitterly that no forefather had summoned me to this primal rite. As the steps of the passage grew broader, I heard another sound, the thin, whining mockery of a feeble flute, and suddenly there spread out before me the boundless vista of an inner world. A vast funguous shore littered by a belching column of sick greenish flame, washed by a wide oily river that flowed from abysses frightful and unsuspected to join the blackest gulfs of immemorial ocean. Fainting and gasping, I looked at that unhallowed Erebus of Titan toadstool, leprous fire and slimy water, and saw the cloaked throngs forming a semicircle around the blazing pillar. It was the Yule rite, older than man and fated to survive him, the primal rite of solstice and spring's promise beyond the snows, the rite of fire and evergreen, light and music. And in the Stygian grotto I saw them do the rites, and adore the sick pillar of flame, and throw into the water handfuls gouged out of the viscous vegetation which glittered green in the chlorotic glare. I saw this, and I saw something amorphously squattered far away from the light, piping noisomely on a flute. And as the thing piped, I thought I heard noxious, muffled flutterings in the fated darkness where I could not see. But what frightened me most was that the flaming column, spouting volcanically from the depths profound and inconceivable, casting no shadow as healthy flames should, and coating the nitrous stone above with a nasty, venomous vedrigus. For in all that seething combustion no warmth lay, but only the claiminess of death and corruption. The man who had brought me now squirmed to a point directly beside the hideous flame, and made stiff ceremonial motions at a semicircle he faced. At certain stages of the ritual, they did groveling obeisance, especially when he held above his head that abhorrent Necronomicon that he had taken with him. And I shared all the obeisances because I had been summoned to this festival by the writings of my forefathers. Then the old man made the signal to the half-seen flute player in the darkness, which played thereupon changed the feeble drone to a scarce louder drone in another key, precipitating as it did so a horror unthinkable and unexpected. At this horror I sank nearly to the litten earth, transfixed with the dread not of this nor any world, but only of the mad spaces between the stars. Out of the unimaginable blackness beyond the gangrenous glare of that cold flame, out of the Tartaran leagues through which the oily river rolled uncanny, unheard, and unsuspected, there flopped rhythmically a horde of tame, trained, hybrid winged things that no sound eye could ever wholly grasp, or sound brain could ever wholly remember. They were not altogether crows, nor moles, nor buzzards, nor ants, nor vampire bats, nor decomposed human beings, but something that I cannot and must not recall. They flopped limply along with half of their webbed feet and half with their membranous wings, and as they reached the throng of celebrants, they cowled figures seized and mounted them, and rode off one by one along the reaches of that unlighted river, into pits and galleries of panic, where poison springs feed frightful and undiscoverable cataracts. The old spinning woman had gone with the throng, and the old man remained only because I had refused when he motioned me to seize an animal and ride like the rest. I saw when I staggered to my feet that the amorphous flute player had rolled out of sight, but that two of the beasts were patiently standing by. As I hung back, the old man produced his stylus and tablets and wrote that he was a true deputy of my fathers who had founded the Yule worship in this ancient place, that it had been decreed I should come back, and that the most secret mysteries were yet still to be performed. He wrote this in a very ancient hand, and when I still hesitated, he pulled from his loose robe a seal ring and a watch, both with my family arms, to prove that he was what he said. But it was a hideous proof, because I knew from the old papers that the watch had been buried with my great-great-great-great-grandfather in 1698. Presently, the old man drew back his hood and pointed to the family resemblance in his face, but I only shuddered because I was sure that that face was merely a devilish waxen mask. The flopping animals were now scratching restlessly at the lichens, and I saw that the old man was nearly as restless himself. When one of the things began to waddle and edge away, he turned quickly to stop it, so that the suddenness of his motion dislodged the waxen mask from what should have been his head. And then, because that nightmare's positions bared me from the stone staircase which we had come, I flung myself into the oily underground river that bubbled somewhere to the caves to the sea. I flung myself into that putrescent juice of the earth's inner horrors before the madness of my screams could bring down upon me all the charnel legions that these pest gulfs might conceal. At the hospital, they told me that I had been found half frozen in Kingsport Harbour at dawn, clinging to the drifting spar that accident sent to save me. They told me that I had been taking the wrong fork of the hill road the night before and fallen over the cliffs at Orange Point, a thing that they deduced from the prints found in the snow. There was nothing I could say, because everything was wrong. Everything was wrong with the broad window shewing a sea of roofs in which only about 1 in 5 was ancient, and the sound of trolleys and motors at the streets below. They insisted that this was Kingsport, and I could not deny it. When I went delirious at hearing that the hospital stood near the old churchyard on Central Hill, they sent me to St. Mary's Hospital in Arkham, where I could have better care. I liked it there, for the doctors were broad-minded, and even lent me their influence in obtaining the carefully sheltered copy of Alhasred's objectionable Necronomicon from the library of Miss Catonic University. They said something about a psychosis, and I agreed I had better get any harassing obsessions off my mind. So I read again that hideous chapter and shudder doubly because it was indeed not new to me. I had seen it before. But footprints tell what they might, and where it was I had seen it were the best forgotten. There was no one in waking hours who could remind me of it, but my dreams are filled with terror, because of phrases I dare not quote. I dare quote only one paragraph and put it such English that I can make from the awkward low Latin. The nethermost caverns, wrote the mad Arab, are not for the fathoming of eyes that can see, for their marvels are strange and terrific. Cursed the ground where the dead thoughts live new and oddly bodied, and evil the mind that is held by no head. Wisely did Ibn Shakabau say that happy is the tomb where no wizard hath lain, and happy the town at night whose wizards are all ashes. For it is of old rumour of the soul of the devil brought hastes not from this charnel clay, but fats and instructs the very worm that gnaws, till out of corruption horrid life springs, and the dull scavengers of earth wax crafty to vex it and seal monstrous to plague it. Great holes secretly are digged where the earth's poor ought to suffice, and things have learned to walk that ought to crawl. Can I just say, there were about 15 times, no, there were about 30 times during that story where I felt like I don't know English. Holy shit. You should know that I play Final Fantasy XIV. This is a good point. This is how membraneous of you. Dude. Like, I was reading, and I was like, can anyone understand what I'm saying right now? Like, I didn't know if any of what I was... Sorry. I didn't know if any of what I was saying just now was understandable. Could not tell you. Holy shit. Oh my god. But hey, we got through it. He's got away with words. That makes you feel like a dum-dum. Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Am I from Norway? Yes, yes I am. Hi. Hello. Antediluvian performance. Thank you. Thank you. For a chunk of these stories, he was paid by the word. That makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. You were constantly Googling word meanings. I could imagine, like, reading these on a Kindle. Because the Kindle, you can click on words and you just get a dictionary. And it tells you what that word means. It's very, very cool. It's very convenient. Can't do that with paper books. Can't do that with paper books, let me just tell you. You're going to Tromsø tomorrow. Is it currently snowing? I live very far from Tromsø, but I can check the weather forecast. Tromsø. Yes. That is a yes. It is currently snowing in Tromsø. It will be snowing tomorrow as well. It'll be snowing tonight. There is no snow after like 5 AM. It is not meant to be snowing anymore tomorrow. And then it's supposed to be like a full week of no snow. And by that I mean there will be snow on the ground probably, but there will probably not be any snow, like active snowing. Have fun! Good luck! I hope you have a blast. I've never been to Tromsø. I've never been that far north. The furthest north I've ever been is Trondheim. Hang on. I'll check the other forecast page as well. Tromsø. That's not a Tromsø accent at all. Yeah, this one says basically the same, but it's also saying that it's gonna snow on Sunday. Yeah, this one is basically saying it's gonna snow all day on Sunday. fuck me, it's cold there. No, thank you. You're heading to Alta, so hoping it's snowing? If you're hoping for snow, I mean, you'll definitely experience snow. There will be snow. It might not be actively snowing. But as far as I can tell, like, it's been snowing, so there will be snow on the ground. Yeah, in Alta it's the same. It's gonna be snowing all day today and tomorrow. Tonight, I mean. All night tonight, and then, no, snow tomorrow. So you'll get your snow. I hope you have a wonderful trip. That's awesome. A leather-bound home? That's true. That's true. You're glad you read these a couple of years ago, not decades ago? Yeah, I get that. You're a real book kind of guy. I get it. I get being a paper book kind of person. I get it. I don't read enough to justify... Like, I have a Kindle, but I don't really read enough to justify, like, having one. A Jabberwocky-like feeling, as if knowing not the meaning of the word, but what the word is meant to convey. I get that too, Chip. I do. -5 and 5 centimeters of snow in the middle of Norway? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So sorry to hear that. Location webcam. Oh yeah, that's true. Tromsø webcam. That's absolutely true. It is very dark in Tromsø right now, though. It is very, very dark. Where is this compared to? It's not even remotely close. Cool glasses? Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That's a time lapse? It does have a time lapse. Yeah. Dude, Tromsø is such a beautiful place. I never want to, like, I wouldn't want to live there, but it's a very beautiful place. So dark, though. So dark and cold. You've read enough now to regret not going the Kindle route? Because you're too far gone. Like, you've invested so much into books that you can't, like... Yeah, you have too many books. Carl has a lot of books. So very many. You've been wanting to get a Kindle, you don't read enough to justify the price of getting one. I get it. They are quite expensive. They're very nice to read on, though. Like, people suggesting, like, phone apps to read. It's not the same. Reading on a Kindle feels like reading a paper book. It has the same feel. There's no, like... It's not... There's no comparison. It feels and looks exactly like reading a paper book. If you get a collection of Sherlock Holmes stories... You mean such as this one? Yeah, I have an old Paperwhite, and it's exactly like reading on a book. It's very nice, and you can, like, it's easy to bookmark things, and like I said, you can get like a whole dictionary. I think it's huge. It is massive. It's well over 1,000 pages. The text is tiny as well. Like, this is. It's a lot of Sherlock Holmes. It's a lot of Sherlock Holmes. And you can get like it's the same with like characters in books as well. I really appreciated that with the Kindle, is that like if I forgot about a character, if there was like name of a character and I didn't recognize it, I could just look up who that person was and get like a short summary of like who that character was. And you can like save quotes and stuff. Dude, Kindles are great. Kindles are great. There's a fire in my house. Yeah, it's for ambience. I'll keep reading. Don't worry, guys. I'll keep reading. I just need a little bit of a break. I just need a short reading break, and then we'll carry on reading, because it is very straining. So I just need a short little reading out loud break. You have thousands of dollars in books about for 58 college courses. Oof. Jesus. Enjoy work, Joe! No break, only throw. Would you recommend Kindles for study or just recreational reading? So the one downside of Kindles is that with my Kindle, because I have an old one, I have a really old Paperwhite. This might be better now. They're a little bit slow. If you compare it to like using a phone screen, they're very slow and like they feel a little bit laggish. So I don't know. I don't know. Meow. Depends how you study. If you're just gonna read them, then sure. Don't doom scroll. But I mean, like, in terms of, like, making notes and, like, quickly going back and forth in between books, like, finding specific things in books, stuff like that will feel a little bit more sluggish on a Kindle than on a phone or a tablet or a physical book. So it depends on what you want to do. If you just want to read, then absolutely. But if you want to do more than that, then maybe not. You try looking up a character in a physical book. This is true. Fair point. Fair point. I'll do the next story in a moment. This is good timing too. We've been timing it well with like the ad breaks. I don't think we've had a single ad break like during a story. Which is good. So after this outbreak is over, we will we'll do the next one. I don't know what we're doing next. I don't know which one. Which ones have we read? We read The Temple, The Festival, and Dagon. So you've done 3. Thanks, Meow. Rich enough to be invited to the Paralysis threesome? Dude, I hope. I hope. I wish. The Shadow of Rainsmith? Yeah, the Shadow of Rainsmith is 50 pages. I'm not doing that. We're definitely not doing that now. But hey, if, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm gonna be, like, brutally honest with you. This is so different from my regular content. I expected there to be, like, almost no one here. I genuinely expected almost no one to watch the stream. I thought wrong, clearly. Clearly, I thought very wrong. So, like... It's incredibly cozy. Yeah, but it's like, I would struggle to, like, follow a stream like this. Is the VOD going up for YouTube? Yes! The VOD is going up on YouTube, Dusty. So, like, the fact that people enjoy this, the fact that you guys enjoy this, We might do another one. We might do another one of this at some point. You struggle following the story? Can I be brutally honest with you? Sometimes me too. Congrats, Twiggy. You're a genuine variety streamer with a stable audience. Shame about the channel growth, though. Thank you. You're playing Mundown? I loved Mundown. It is so unique. It is so unique. But yeah, thanks everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you enjoy the vibes. Yeah, like there's a good possibility of us doing more of these. There'll be a quiz later? God damn it. You're shilling for scratches. Where is scratches? Oh, we have a Christmas story. I'm more, put it this way, I'm more likely to do another one of these than a Christmas thing. A new chilla. Isn't it tomorrow? Oh, it's not Lovecraft. Okay. Isn't it tomorrow, the Chilla's Heart game? You had to DM it. Holy shit, that's so funny. That's so funny, Lenfer. Probably a while. You were expecting much sooner? They tweeted about it. I think they're releasing it tomorrow. There will be a test and the losers get eaten by Cthulhu. Great. Wonderful. Steam says the 11th. But they're Twitter. Wait, is the... Yeah, the kidnap. Yeah, they said... They tweeted, yeah, tonight, last night. October 31st Pacific. And then November 1st Japan. So it's probably... They might not, just not have updated it. They might just not have updated it on Steam. I imagine. Am I gonna play the Cthulhu dating game? Isn't the Cthulhu dating game not voice acted? Because I cannot do a game after this that has like a ton of reading. I haven't played the Cthulhu game. The Doom that came to Sarna. Oh, it's voice acted? Oh. I didn't know that. Is that even in this book? I don't see it. Could I consider Mask of the Rose? I saw Mask of the Rose. I saw that at WASD. Yeah, I really want to play it. I really want to play it. I think that would be great. We played Jesse's Monster Dating game. I've never played them. I've never played any of them. Did you guys see that Monster Prom and Cult of the Lamb are having a crossover? I have to play Monster Prom? Yeah. Third story. Not in mine. Oh! Fourth story on mine. Okay. Ugh. It's Monster Prom, Joe. Jesse produced them. Bring a friend, maybe? Yeah, I've heard that they're better in co-op. The doom that came to Sarnath. You can't count. I forgive you. It's not that long. We can do that, and then maybe one more after that. Let's do the doom that came to Sarnath, and then probably one more. And then I probably need to not read for a bit. Hi! Hello, hello. Lovecraft has a bunch of stories set in something called a dream mythos, which is all set in completely alien worlds. That's cool. Good night, Lamper. Thank you for hanging out. I really appreciate that. This one, I think they all start like with a small illustration. Ugh. You spent ages in one game doing a story involving a small statue of a man taking a shit. Okay. Jeez, Max Gentleman. Yeah, I haven't played that either. No one tell him that I played none of his games. Okay. I might need an energy drink after this. Oh boy. There is in the land of Manar a vast still lake that is fed by no stream, and out of which no stream flows. 10,000 years ago there stood by its shore the mighty city of Sarnath, but Sarnath stands there no more.
Hello, friend.
Vitreous, thank you so much! Thank you so much for the 8 months, I really appreciate it! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's very kind. I appreciate that so much. No stream. No stream for you, Olivia. No stream for you. He'd probably make me play them. I don't think he would. I don't know that he would. Maybe. But why? You ruined it. It is told that in the immemorial years when the world was young, before ever the men of Sarnath came to the land of Manar, another city stood beside the lake. The great stone city of Ib, which was as old as the lake itself, and peopled with beings not pleasing to behold. Very odd and ugly were these beings, as indeed are most beings of a world, yet inchoate and rudely fashioned. It is written on the brick cylinders of Cadartheron that the beings of Ib were in hue as green as the lake and the mist that rised above it, that they had bulging eyes, pouting flabby lips, and curious ears, and were without voice. It is also written that they descended one night from the moon in a mist, they and the vast still lake and the grey stone city of Ib. However this may be, it is certain that they worshipped a sea-green stone idol chiseled in the likeness of Bokrig, the great water lizard, before which they danced horribly when the moon was gibbous. And it is written in the papyrus of Ilnarek that they one day discovered fire, and thereafter kindled flames on many ceremonial occasions. But not much is written of these beings, because they lived in very ancient times, and man is young, and knows but little of the very ancient living things. After many aeons, men came to the land of Manar, dark shepherd folk with their fleecy flocks, who built Thra, Ilnarek, and Cadartheron in their winding river Eye. And certain tribes, more hardy than the rest, pushed on to the border of the lake and built Sarnath at a spot where precious metals were found in the earth. Not far from the great city of Ib did the wandering tribes lay the first stones of Sarnath, and the beings of Ib they marvelled greatly. But with their marvelling was mixed hate, for they thought it not meet that beings such that of such aspect should walk about the world of men at dusk. Nor did they like the strange sculptures upon the grey monoliths of Ib, for those sculptured lingered late in the world. Even until the coming men none can tell, unless it was because that the land of Manar is very still and remote from most other lands, both in waking and of dream. As the men of Sarnath beheld more of the beings of Ib, their hate grow, and it was not less because they found the beings weak and soft as jelly to the touch of stones and arrows. So one day the young warriors, the slingers and spearmen, and the bowmen marched against Ib and slew all of the inhabitants thereof, pushing the queer bodies into the lake with long spears, because they did not wish to touch them. And because they did not like the grey sculptured monoliths of Ib, they also cast these into the lake, wondering from the greatness of the labour however these stones were brought in from afar, as they must have been, because there is not like them in the land of Manar, or in the lands adjacent. Thus of the very ancient cities of Ib were nothing spared, save the sea-green stone idols chiselled into the likeness of Bokrug, the water lizard. This the young warriors took back with them as a symbol of conquest over the old gods and bearings of Ib, and as a sign of leadership in Manar. But on the night after it was set up in the temple, a terrible thing must have happened, for weird lights were seen over the lake, and in the morning the people found their idol gone and the high priest Taran Ish lying dead, as some fear unspeakable. And before he died, Taran Ish had scrawled upon the altar of chrysolite with coarse, shaky strokes and the sign of doom. After Taran Ish, there were many high priests in Sarnath, but never was the sea-green stone idol found. And many centuries came and went, wherein Sarnath prospered exceedingly. So only priests and old women remembered that the Taran Ish had scrawled upon the altar of chrysolite. Betwixt Sarnath and the city of Ilnarek arose a caravan route, and the precious metals from the earth were exchanged for other metals and rare cloths and jewels and books and tools for artificers and all things luxury that are known to the people who dwell along the winding river. Aye, and beyond. So Sarnath waxed mighty and leaned and beautifully, and sent forth conquering armies to subdue the neighbouring cities, and in time there sate upon the throne Sarnath, the king of all the lands of Manar, and many of the lands adjacent. The wonder of the world and the pride of all mankind was Sarnath the Magnificent. Of polished desert quarried marble were his walls, in height 300 cubits, and in breadth 75, so that chariots may pass each other as men drove them along the top. For full 500 stadia did they run, being open only on the side toward the lake where the green stone sea wall kept back the waves that rose oddly once a year at the festival of the destroying of Ib. In Sarnath were 50 streets from the lake of the great gates of the caravans, and 50 more intersecting them. With onyx were they paved, save those whereon the horses and camels and elephants trod, which were paved with granite. And the gates of Sarnath were as many as the landwards end the streets, each of bronze and flanked by figures of lions and elephants carven from some stone no longer known among men. The houses of Sarnath were glazed brick and chalcedony, each having its walled garden and crystal lakelets. With strange art were they builded, for no other city had houses like them, and travellers from Thra and Ilnarek and Kadathron marvelled at the shining domes with which they were surmounted. But more marvellous still were the palaces and the temples and the gardens made by Zokkar the Olden King. There were many palaces, at last of which were mightier than any in Thra or Ilnarek or Kadathron. So high were they that one within might sometimes fancy themselves beneath only the sky, yet when lighted with torches dipped in the oil of Dothar, their walls showed vast paintings of kings and armies, of a splendour of once inspiring and stupefying to the beholder. Many were the pillars of the palaces, all of tinted marble, and carven into the signs of surpassing beauty. And in most of the palaces, the floors were mosaics of beryl and lapis lazuli and sardonyxus and carbuncle and other choice materials, so disposed that the beholder might fancy himself walking over beds of the rarest flowers. And there were likewise fountains which cast scented waters about in pleasing jets arranged with cunning art. Outshining all others was the palace of the kings of Manar and all the lands adjacent. On a pair of golden crouching lions rested the throne, many steps above the gleaming floor. And it was wrought of one piece of ivory, though no man lives who knows when so past a piece could have come. In that palace there were also many galleries and many amphitheatres where lions and men and elephants battled at the pleasure of the kings. Sometimes the amphitheaters were flooded with water conveyed from the lake in mighty aqueducts, and they were enacted stirring sea fights or combats betwixt swimmers and deadly marine things. Lofty and amazing were the 17 tower-like temples of Sarnath, fashioned of a bright multicolored stone not known elsewhere. A full 1,000 cubits high stood the greatest among them, wherein the high priest dwelt with magnificence scarce less than that of the kings. On the ground were halls so vast and splendid as those of the palaces, where gathered throngs of worship of Zokalar and Tamash and Loban and the chief gods of Sarnath, whose incense-enveloped shrines were as of the thrones of monarchs. Not like the icons of other gods were those of Zokalar and Tamash and Loban. For so close to life were they that one might swear that the graceful bearded gods themselves sat on the ivory thrones. And up unending steps of the zircon was the tower chambers, wherefrom the high priest looked out upon the city and the plains and the lake at the day, and at the cryptic moon and significant stars and planets and their reflections of the water at night. Here was done the very secret and ancient rite in the detestation of Bokrug, the water lizard, and here rested the altar of chrysolite which bore the doom scroll of Taranish. Wonderful likewise were the gardens made of Zokar the Olden King. In the centre of Sarnath they lay, covering a great space and encircled by a high wall. And they were surmounted by a mighty dome of glass, through which shone the sun and moon and planets when it was clear, and from which there hung fulgent images of the sun and moon and stars and planets when it was not clear. In summer, the gardens were cooled with fresh, odorous breezes, skillfully wafted by fans, and in winter they were heated with concealed fires, so that those in the gardens were always spring. There ran little streams over the bright pebbles, dividing meads of green and gardens of many hues, and spanned by a multitude of bridges. Many were the waterfalls in their courses, and many were the lilied lakelets into which they expanded. Over the streams and lakelets rode little white swans, while the music of rare birds chimed in with the melody of the waters. In ordered terraces rose the green banks, adorned here and there with bowers of vines and sweet blossoms, and seats and benches of marble and porphyry. And there were many small shrines and temples where one might rest or pray to the small gods. Each year there was celebrated to Sarnath in feast and destroying of Ib, at which time wine, song, dancing, and merriment of every kind abounded. Great honors were then paid to the shades of those who had annihilated the odd ancient beings, and the memory of those beings and the elder gods was derided by dancers and lutanists crowned with roses from the gardens of Zokar. And the kings would look over the lakes and curse the bones of the dead that lay beneath it. At first, the high priest liked not these festivals, for there had been descendants among them the queer tales of how the sea-green icons had vanished, and how Taranish had died from fear and left a warning. And they said that from their high tower they sometimes saw lights beneath the waters of the lake. But as many years passed without calamity, even the priest laughed and cursed and joined in on the orgies of the feasters. Indeed, had they not themselves in their high tower often performed the very ancient and secret rite in the destination of the Bokrug the water lizard. And 1,000 years of riches and delight passed over Sarath, wonder of the world. Gorgeous beyond thought was the feast of the 1,000 years of destroying of Ib. For a decade had it been talked about at the land of Manar, and as it drew nigh, there came to Sarnath on horses and camels and elephants, men from Thra, Ilnarek, and Kadatharon, cities of Manar and the lands beyond. Before the marble walls on the appointed night were pitched the pavilions of princes and on the tents of the travellers. Within his banquet hall reclined Nargis high, the king, drunken with ancient wine from the walls of conquered Panoth, and surrounded by feasting nobles and hurrying slaves. There were eaten many strange delicacies at that feast: peacock from the distant hills of Implan, heels of camels from the Banasic desert, nuts and spices from Sithothrian groves, and pearls from the wave-vanished Mathal dissolved in the vinegar of Thra. Of sauces there were an untold number, prepared by the subtlest cooks in all of Manar. and suited to the palate of every feasters. But most prized of all viands were the great fishes of the lake, each of vast size, and served upon golden platters set with rubies and diamonds. Whilst the king and his nobles feasted within the palace and viewed the crowning dish as it awaited them on golden platters, others feasted elsewhere. In the tower of the great temple of the priest held revels, and in the pavilions without the walls the princes of the neighboring lands made merry. And it was the high priest Gnai Ka who first saw the shadows that descended from the gibbous moons into the lake, into the damnable green mist that arose from the lake to meet the moon, and to shroud in a sinister haze the towers and domes of fated Sarnath. Thereafter those in the towers and without the walls behold strange lights on the waters, and saw that the grey rock Acurion, which was wont to rear high above it near the shore, was almost submerged. And fear grew vaguely, yet swiftly, so that the princes of Ilnarek and Far Rokal took down and folded their tents and pavilions and departed, though they scarce knew the reason for their departing. Then, close to the hour of midnight, all the bronze gates of Sarnath burst open and emptied forth a frenzied throng that blackened the plain, so that all the visiting princes and travellers fled away in fright. For on the faces of this throng was writ a madness born of horror unendurable, and on their tongues were words so terrible that no hearer paused for proof. Men whose eyes were wild with fear shrieked aloud the sights within the king's banquet hall, where through the windows were seen no longer the forms of Nagarsai and the nobles and slaves, but a horde of indescribable green, voiceless things with bulging, pouting, flabby lips and curious ears. Thing which danced horribly, bearing in their paws golden platters set with rubies and diamonds and containing uncouth flames. And the princes and travellers, as they fled from the doomed city of Sarnath on horses and camels and elephants, looked again upon the mist-begetting lake and saw the grey rock. The grey rock Akution was quite submerged. Through all the land of Manar and all the land adjacent spread the tales of those who had fled from Sarnath, and caravans sought out the accursed city and its precious metals no more. It was long ere any travellers went thither, and even then only the brave and adventurous young men of yellow hair and blue eyes who were no kin to the men of Manar. These men indeed went to the lake to view Sarnath, but though they found the vast still lake itself and the grey rock, Acurion, which rears high above it near the shore, they beheld not the wonder of the world and pride of all of mankind. Where once had risen walls of 300 cubits and towers yet higher, now only stretched only the marshy shore, and where once had dwelt 50 millions of men, now crawled the detestable water lizard. Not even the mines of precious metal remained. Doom had come to Satharth. The half buried in the rushes was spied a curious green idol, an exceedingly ancient idol chiseled in the likeness of Bokrug, the great water lizard. That idol, enshrined in the high temple of Ilnarek, was subsequently worshipped beneath the gibbous moon throughout the land of Manar. And the illustration. Right here. Whew. Okay. That was the doom that came to Sarnath. No! The cats of Ulthar? No. No, it's lovecraft. You know it's not gonna be good cats. You know this isn't gonna be like happy cats. Ugh. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. You just saw cats. Oh, I know. What if, though? Yeah, what if, though? But an actual Lovecraft this time, from beyond. I see it. It's not that long. Yeah, it's about the same length. Okay, let's do that. Okay, tell you what. Let's do that, and then let's do the Call of Cthulhu, which is slightly longer. And then that's it. Plan? Before we do that, I gotta pee. Before we read them. That's 2 more stories, one of them fairly longer. Fairly longer? A little bit longer. Thank you, Sandman. I am just gonna go pee real quick. Yeah, finish on a classic! Exactly. It's cozy? Thank you. I think so. I lit everything. Aside from my galaxy lamp, I lit every light and candle that I have. Because I wanted it to look cozy. And what is more cozy than fire hazards? What is more cozy than active fire hazards? Makeup on point as well? Thank you. I very much considered wearing black lipstick today as well. And then I realized that that would be a bad idea. But I did want to. Okay. From Beyond. It would rub off. It would rub off when reading and, drinking. That is 387. From Beyond starts with some books, also vampires on the story before. I don't know what story that is. Which story is that? I'm not gonna read it. Not now. It would probably be easier to just look at the... Not do it this way. The Dreams in the Witch House. Okay, we're gonna read From Beyond, and then we're gonna read The Call of Cthulhu. And then I will decide whether or not we swap to a horror game. Or if I end. It depends. It depends. We'll see how I feel at the end of this. Excuse me. Ugh. I was thinking maybe I want to get some food? But I'll wait with that. I shall wait with the food. I'll eat after we're done reading. I'll eat after we're done reading, okay? Before I read from Beyond. No, too late. We're starting from Beyond. Shut up, everyone. Shush! Horrible beyond conception was the change which had taken place in my best friend, Crawford Tillinghast. I had not seen him since that day, 2 months and a half before, when he told me toward what the goal of his physical and metaphysical researches were leading. When he had and sweared my awed and almost frightened remonstrances by driving me from his laboratory and his house in a burst of fanatical rage. I had known that he now remained mostly shut in at the attic laboratory with that accursed electrical machine, eating little and excluding even the servants, but I had not thought that a brief period of 10 weeks could so alter and disfigure any human creature. It is not pleasant to see a stout man so suddenly grow thin, and it is even worse when the baggy skin becomes yellowed or grayed. The eyes sunken, circled, and uncannily glowing, the forehead veined and corrugated, and the hands tremulous and twitching. And if added to this there be a repellent unkemptness, a wild disorder of dress, a bushiness of dark hair, white at the roots, and an unchecked growth of white beard on a face once clean-shaven, the cumulative effect is quite shocking. But such was the aspect of Crawford Tillinghast on the night that of his half-coherent message brought me to his door, after my weeks of exile. Such was the spectre that trembled as it admitted me, candle in hand, and glanced furtively over its shoulders as if fearful of unseen things in the ancient, lonely house set back from benevolent street. That Crawford Tillinghast should ever have studied science and philosophy was a mistake. These things should be left to the frigid and impersonal investigator, for they offer 2 equally tragic alternatives to the man of feeling and action, despair, if he fail in his quest, and terrors unutterable and unimaginable if he succeed. Tillinghast had once been the prey of failure, solitary and melancholy, but now I knew, with nauseating fears of my own, that he was the prey of success. I had indeed warned him 10 weeks before, when he burst forth with his little tale of what he felt himself about to discover. He had been flushed and excited then, talking in a high and unnatural, though always pedantic voice. "What do we know," he had said, "of the world and the universe, about us? Our means of receiving impressions are absurdly few, and our notions of surrounding objects infinitely narrow. We see things only as we are constructed to see them, and can gain no idea of their absolute nature. With 5 feeble senses we pretend to comprehend the boundlessly complex cosmos, yet other beings with a wider, stronger, or different range of senses might not only see very differently the things that we see, but might see and study the whole worlds of matter, energy, and life which lie close at hand, yet can never be detected with the senses that we have. I have always believed that such strange, inaccessible worlds exist at our very elbows, and now I believe I have found a way to break the barriers. I'm not joking. Within 24 hours that machine near the table will generate waves acting on unrecognized sense organs that exist in us as astropede or rudimentary vestiges. Those waves will open up to us many vistas unknown to man, and several unknown to anything we consider organic life. We shall see that at which dogs howl in the dark, and that at which cats prick up their ears after midnight. We shall see these things and other things which no breathing creature has yet seen. We shall overleap time, space, and dimensions, and without bodily motions peer to the bottom of creation." When Tillinghast said these things, I remonstrated, for I knew him well enough to be frightened rather than amused, but he was a fanatic, and drove me from his house. Now he was no less of a fanatic, but his desire to speak had conquered his resentment, and he had written me imperatively in a hand I could scarcely recognize. As I entered the abode of the friend so suddenly metamorphosed to a shivering gargoyle, I became infected with a terror which seemed stalkingly in all the shadows. The words and beliefs expressed 10 weeks before seemed bodied forth in darkness beyond the small circle of candlelight, and I sickened at the hollow, altered voice of my host. I wished the servants were about, and did not like it when he said that they had all left 3 days previously. It seemed strange that old Gregory at least should desert his master without telling a friend as I. It was he who had given me all the information that I had of Tillinghast after I was repulsed in rage. Yet I soon subordinated all of my fears to growing curiosity and fascination. Just what Crawford Tillinghast now wished of me I could only guess, but that he had some stupendous secret or discovery to impart, I could not doubt. Before I had protested at his unnatural pryings into the unthinkable, now he had evidently succeeded to some degree. I had always shared his spirit, terrible though the cost of victory appeared. Up through the dark emptiness of the house I followed the bobbing candle in hand of his shaking parody of a man. The electricity seemed to be turned off, and when I asked my guide, he said it was for a definitive reason. It would be too much. I would not dare, he continued to mutter. I especially noted this new habit of muttering, for it was not like him at all to talk to himself. We entered the laboratory in the attic, and I observed that detestable electrical machine glowing with a sickly, sinister, violet luminosity. It was connected with a powerful chemical battery, but seemed to be receiving no current, for I recalled that in its experimental stage it had sputtered and purred when in action. In reply to my question, Tillinghast mumbled that his permanent glow was not electrical in any sense that I could understand. He now seated me near the machine so that it was on my right, and turned a switch somewhere below the crowning musters of glass bulbs. The usual sputtering began, turned to a whine, and terminated in a drone so soft as to suggest a return to silence. Meanwhile, the luminosity increased, waned again, then assumed a pale, outre color, a blend of colors which I could neither place nor describe. Tillinghast had been watching me and noted my puzzled expression. "Do you know what that is?" he whispered. "That is ultraviolet." He chuckled oddly at my surprise. "You thought ultraviolet was invisible, and so it is. But you can see that and many other invisible things now. Listen to me. The waves from that thing are waking 1,000 sleeping senses in us. Senses which we inherit from aeons of evolution from the state of detached electrons to the state of organic humanity. I have seen the truth, and I intend to show it to you. Do you wonder how it will seem? I will tell you." Here Tillinghast seated himself directly opposite me, blowing out his candle and staring hideously into my eyes. "Your existing sense organs, ears first, I think, will pick up many of the impressions, for they are closely connected to the dormant organs. Then there will be others. You have heard of the pineal gland. I laugh at the shallow endocrinologist fellow dupe and fellow parvenu of the Freudian. The gland is the great sense organ of the organs. I have found out. It is like sight in the end, and transmits visual pictures to the brain. If you are normal, that is the way that you ought to get the most of it. I mean, look at most of the evidence from beyond." I looked about the immense attic room with a sloping south wall, dimly lit by rays of the everyday eye cannot see. The far corners were all shadows, and the whole place took on a hazy unreality which obscured its nature and invited the imagination to symbolism and phantasm. During the interval that Tillinghast was silent, I fancied myself in some vast, incredible temple of long-dead gods. Some vague edifice of innumerable black stone columns reaching up from a floor of damp slabs to a cloudy height beyond the range of my vision. The picture was very vivid for a while, but gradually gave way to a more horrible conception. That of utter, absolute solitude, of infinite, sightless, soundless space. There seemed to be a void, and nothing more. and I felt a childish fear which prompted me to draw from my hip pocket a revolver that I always carried after dark since the night that I was held up in East Providence. Then, from the farthermost regions of remoteness, the sound softly glided into existence. It was infinitely faint, subtly vibrant, and unmistakably musical, but held a quality of surpassing wildness which made the impact feel like a delicate torture of my whole body. I felt sensations like those one feels when one's accidentally scratching ground glass. Simultaneously, there developed something like a cold draught, which apparently swept past me from the directions of the distant sound. As I waited breathlessly, I perceived that both sound and wind were increasing. The effect being to give me that odd notion of myself as tied to a pair of rails in the path of a gigantic approaching locomotive. I began to speak to Tillinghast, and as I did, so all the unusual impressions abruptly vanished. I saw only the man, the glowing machines, and the dim apartment. Tillinghast was grinning repulsively at the revolver which I had almost unconsciously drawn, but from his expression I was sure he had seen and heard as much as I, if not a great deal more. I whispered what I had experienced, and he bade me to remain as quiet and perceptive as possible. "Don't move," he cautioned, "for in those rays we are able to be seen as well as see." Didn't you just hear? We are able to be seen as well as see. Holy shit. Jump scared the shit out of me.
What jump scared the shit out of me?
Little baby, what does he see? This is what Tillinghast wanted to know. Tillinghast wants to know what the fuck he's barking at. Flinket. Thank you, Sarah. Where was I? Don't move, he cautioned. For in these rays we are able to be seen as well as see. I told you the servants left, but I didn't tell you how. It was that thick-witted housekeeper. She turned on the lights downstairs after I had warned her not to. And the wires picked up on the sympathetic vibrations. It must have been frightful. I could hear the screams up here in spite of all that I was seeing and hearing from another direction, and later it was rather awful to find those empty heaps of clothing around the house. Mrs. Updike's clothes were close to the front hall switch. That's how I know she did it. It got them all. But so long as we don't move, we're fairly safe. Remember, we're dealing with a hideous world in which we are practically helpless. Keep still. The combined shock of the revelation and the abrupt commands gave me a kind of paralysis, and in my terror my mind again opened to the impressions coming from what Tillinghast called beyond. I was now in a vortex of sound and motion, with confused pictures before my eyes. I saw the blurred outlines of the room, but from some point in space there seemed to be pouring a seething column of unrecognizable shapes or clouds, penetrating the solid roof at a point ahead and to the right of me. Then I glimpsed the temple-like effect again, but this time the pillars reached up into some sort of aerial ocean of light, which sent down one blinding beam along the path of the cloudy column I had seen before. After that, the scene was almost wholly kaleidoscopic, and in the jumble of sight, sound, and unidentified sense impressions, I felt that I was about to dissolve, or in some way lose the solid form. One definite flash I shall always remember. It seemed for an instant to behold a patch of strange night sky filled with shining, revolving spheres. And as it receded, I saw that the glowing suns formed a constellation or galaxy of a settled shape. This shape being the distorted face of Crawford Tillinghast. At another time, I felt a huge animate things brushing past me and occasionally walking or drifting through my supposedly solid body, and I thought that I saw Tillinghast look at them as though his better trained senses could catch them visually. I recalled what he had said of the pineal gland and wondered what he saw with his preternatural eye. Suddenly, I myself became possessed of kind of an augmented sight. Over and beyond, above the luminous and shadowy chaos arose a picture which, though vague, held the elements of consistency and permanence. Tits, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Hello. We're doing a reading stream today, so I'm in the middle of a Lovecraft story. I've not really been reading chat at all during the reading because, you know, we're reading the story. But hi, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that a lot, and I hope you had an absolutely lovely, lovely stream. Welcome to cozy, spoopy nighttime reading. Hello. Alright.
Hello, Ben.
Sky, thank you so much for the 13 months.
Banished Hooks Amity to the
I really
farthest
appreciate that.
frontier.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, everyone. Hello. Alright. Suddenly, I myself became possessed of kind of an augmented sight. Over and above the luminous and shadowy chaos arose a picture which, though vague, held the elements of consistency and permanence. It was indeed somewhat familiar, for the unusual part was superimposed upon the usual terrestrial scene, as much as a cinema view may be thrown upon the painted curtain of a theatre. I saw the attic laboratory, the electrical machine, and the unsightly form of Tillinghast opposite me. But of all the space unoccupied by familiar objects, not one particle was vacant. Indescribable shapes, both alive and otherwise, were mixed in disgusting disarray, and close to every known thing, there were whole worlds of alien, unknown entities. It likewise seemed that all the known things entered into the composition of other unknown things, and vice versa. Foremost among the living objects were inky jellyfish monstrosities, which flabbily quivered in harmony with the vibrations of the machine. They were present in loathsome profusion, and I saw to my horror that they overlapped. That they were semi-fluid and capable of passing through one another and through what we know as solids. These things were never still, but seemed ever floating about with some malignant purpose. Sometimes they appeared to devour one another, the attacker launching itself at its victim and instantaneously obliterating the latter from sight. Shudderingly, I felt that I knew what had obliterated the unfortunate servants, and could not exclude this thing from my mind, as I strove to observe other properties of the newly visible world that lies unseen to us. But Tillinghast had been watching me, and was speaking. You see them. You see them. You see the things that float and flop about you and through you every moment of your life. You see the creatures that from what men will call the pure air and the blue sky. Have I not succeeded in breaking down the barrier? Have I not shown you worlds that no other living man has seen? I heard his scream through the horrible chaos and looked at the wild face thrust so offensively close to mine. His eyes were pits of flame, and they glared at me with what I now saw was overwhelming hatred. The machine droned detestably. You think those floundering things wiped out the servants? Fool, they are harmless. But the servants are gone, aren't they? You tried to stop me. You discouraged me when I needed every drop of encouragement I could get. You were afraid of the cosmic truth, you damned coward. But now I've got you. What swept up the servants? What made them scream so loud? Don't know, huh? You will know soon enough. Look at me. Listen to what I say. Do you suppose there are really any such things as time and magnitude? Do you fancy there are things such as pure form or matter? I tell you, I have struck depths that your little brain can't picture. I have seen beyond the bounds of infinity and drawn down demon's form from the stars. I have harnessed the shadows that stride from world to sow death and madness. Space belongs to me, do you hear? Things are hunting me now, the things that devour and dissolve, but I know how to elude them. It is you they will get, as they got the servants. Stirring, dear sir? I told you it was dangerous to move. I have saved you so far by telling you to keep still. Saved you to see the more sights and listen to me. If you had moved, they would have been at you long ago. Don't worry, they won't hurt you. They didn't hurt the servants, it was the seeing that made the poor devil scream so. My pets are not pretty, for they come out of places where the aesthetic standards are very different. Disintegration is quite painless, I assure you, but I want you to see them. I almost saw them, but I know how to stop. You're curious. I always knew you were no scientist. Trembling, huh? Trembling with anxiety to see the ultimate things that I have discovered. Why don't you move, then? Tired? Well, don't worry, my friend, for they are coming. Look, look, curse you, look! It is just over your left shoulder. What remains to be told is very brief and may be familiar to you from the newspaper accounts. The police heard a shot in the old Tillinghast house and found us there. Tillinghast dead, and me unconscious. They arrested me because of the revolver in my hand, but released me in the 3 hours after they found it was apoplexy which had finished Tillinghast, and saw that my shot had been directed at the noxious machine which now lay hopelessly shattered at the laboratory floor. I did not tell much of what I had seen, for I feared the coroner would be skeptical. But from the evasive outline I did give, the doctor told me that I had undoubtedly been hypnotized by the vindictive and homicidal madman. I wish I could believe that, Doctor. It would help my shaky nerves if I could dismiss what I now have to think of, the air and the sky above and around me. I never feel alone or uncomfortable. I never feel alone or comfortable, and a hideous sense of pursuit sometimes comes chillingly on me when I am weary. What prevents me from believing the doctor is this one simple fact. That the police never found the bodies of those servants whom they say Crawford Tillinghast murdered.
Well,
Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Yeah, no, he was probably just hypnotized. Probably just hypnotized, right? Sorry. Thank you for the bit, Silver. Thank you. Oh boy. Okay, we're only gonna do one more story. We're only gonna do one more story because my throat is starting to hurt. My throat is starting to hurt pretty badly, so we're gonna do one more story. We're gonna do the Call of Cthulhu. We're gonna do the Call of Cthulhu. And then we're gonna call it. And then after that, we'll see how I feel in terms of, like, doing horror games afterwards. The Cthulhu! The Cthulhu. This one. The one and only. Yeah. The OG. How long is it? Well, fuck me. That's fine. So we get night vision. It's not as... I think that it looks like it's darker than it actually is. I'm having no trouble seeing the words on the page. It's the words that I'm having difficulty with. It is the actual pronunciation of the words that I'm struggling with. Might be one for a different time. No! I decided we're gonna do it, and so we are gonna do it. Wait till peeps find out Cthulhu isn't the most scary one. It sure isn't. But it's the most famous one. This one is mango flavored. Mango Loco. It's not bad. A Giga box shop is like a Walmart thingy in Norway? Not like one of those massive supermarkets. They don't have one close enough for me to, like, realistically go visit one. Otherwise, I totally would. Otherwise, I absolutely would go and just see what they have. It's about 2.5 temples. I can do that. I can do that, because once I get into it, like, once I get into a story, I kind of hit that moment of just, like, the flow. You know? The flow. And then it's just smooth sailing from there on out, except for the fact that I still have to pronounce words. 24 cancel monster for 200? Holy shit. See, I wouldn't be able to get that either because I don't have a car. I don't have a car, so I wouldn't be able to, like, bring that home. It's the kind of thing that I would, like, if I had a license, I would, like, borrow a car. Rent a car. That would probably, like, outweigh the whole, the store is cheap thing. Never mind. Never mind. Excuse me. Alright, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Shut up, everyone. We're gonna be reading now, which means no more talking. Big bags of frozen veggies. If only I had the freezer space. I feel like this is a fantastic store, but I wouldn't be able to benefit from it. I have no freezer space. It's very sad. Poop. Fuck you. Excuse me. Poop. Alright, get it out of your systems. Get it out of your system before we start. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you, Sandman. I wonder how much money that one alert has made me. I earn 25 cents every time you do that. I wonder how much money it has made me, all in all. Alright. Thank you, Sarah. The Call of Cthulhu. Found among the papers of the late Francis Wayland Thurston of Boston. No, I don't think so, Sandman. I mean, there will be ways to find out. There will be ways. The bit reaction bot. I don't know if the bit reaction bot... I mean, there are ways. There are ways. There are definitely ways. Actually. Mikachi will be able to find out, for example. Part 1. The Horror in Clay. The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all of its contents. We live on a placid island in ignorance in the midst of a black sea of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. The sciences, each straining in its own direction, have hitherto harmed us little, but someday the piecing together of dissociated knowledge will open up such terrifying vistas of reality, and of our frightful position therein, that we shall either go mad from the revelation, or flee from the deadly light into the peace and safety of a new dark age. Theosophists have guessed that the awesome grandeur of the cosmic cycle wherein our world and human race form transient incidents. They have hinted at strange survival in terms of which would freeze the blood if not masked by bland optimism. But it is not from them that there came the single glimpse of forbidden aeons which chills me when I think of it, and maddens me when I dream of it. That glimpse, like all dread glimpses of truth, flashed out from an accidental piecing together of separated things. In this case, an old newspaper item, and the notes of a dead professor. I hope that no one else will accomplish this piecing out. Certainly, if I live, I shall never knowingly supply a link so hideous a chain. I think that the professor, too, intended to keep silent regarding the part that he knew, and that he would have destroyed his notes had not sudden death seized him. My knowledge of the thing began in the winter of 1926 to 27 with the death of my great-uncle, George Gamel Angel, Professor Emeritus at Semitic Languages at Brown University, Providence, Rhode Island. Professor Angel was widely known as an authority on ancient inscriptions and had frequently been resorted to by the heads of the prominent museums, so that his passings at the age of 92 may be recalled by many. Locally, interest was intensified by the obscurity of the cause of death. The professor had been stricken whilst returning from the Newport boat, falling suddenly, as witnesses said, after having been jolted by a nautical-looking negro who had come from the queer dark court of the precipitous hillside which formed a short-cut from the waterfront to the deceased home in William Street. Physicians were unable to find any visible disorder, but concluded after perplexed debate that some obscure lesion to the heart, induced by the brisk ascent of so steep a hill by so elderly a man, was responsible for the end. At the time, I saw no reason to dissent from this dictum, but latterly I am inclined to wonder, and more than wonder. As my great-uncle's heir and executor, for he died a childless widower, I was expected to go over his papers with some thoroughness, and for that purpose moved his entire set of files and boxes to my quarters in Boston. Much of the material which I correlated will be later published by the American Archaeological Society, but there was one box which I found exceedingly puzzling, and which I felt much averse from showing to other eyes. It had been locked, and I did not find the key until it occurred to me to examine the personal ring which the professor carried always in his pocket. Then, indeed, I succeeded in opening it, but when I did, so seemed only to be confronted by a greater and more closely locked barrier. For what could be the meaning of the queer clay bas-relief and the disjointed jottings, ramblings, and cuttings which I found? Had my uncle, in his latter years, become credulous of the most superficial impostures? I resolved to search out the eccentric sculpture responsible for this apparent disturbance of an old man's peace of mind. The bas-relief was a rough rectangle, less than an inch thick and about 5 by 6 inches in area, obviously of modern origin. Its designs, however, were far from modern in atmosphere and suggestion, for although the vagaries of Cubism and Futurisms are many and wild, they do not often reproduce that cryptic regularity which lurks in prehistoric writing. And writing of some kind, the bulk of these designs seems certainly to be, though my memory, despite much familiarity with the papers and collections of my uncle, failed in any way to identify this particular species, or even hint at its remotest affiliations. Above these apparent hieroglyphics was a figure of evidently pictorial intent, though its impressionistic executions forbade a very clear idea of its nature. It seemed to be some sort of monster, or symbol representing a monster, of a form which can only a deceased fancy could conceive. If I say that somewhat extravagant imagination of mine yielded simultaneous picture of an octopus, a dragon, and a human caricature, I shall not be unfaithful to the spirit of the thing. A pulpy, tentacled head surmounted a grotesque and scaly body with rudimentary wings, but it was the general outline of the whole thing which made it most shockingly frightful. Behind the figure was a vague suggestion of a cyclopean architectural background. The writing accompanying this oddity was, aside from a stack of press cuttings, in Professor Engel's most recent hand, and made no pretension to literary style. What seemed to be the main document was headed Cthulhu Cult in characters painstakingly printed to avoid the erroneous reading of a word so unheard of. This manuscript was divided into two sections, the first of which was headed 1925, Dream and Dream Work of H.A. Wilcox, 7, Thomas Street, Providence, Rhode Island. And the second, Narrative of Inspector John R. Legrasse, 121 Bienville Street, New Orleans, LA, at 1908 AAS. Management notes on same and Professor Webb's accounts. The other manuscript papers were all brief notes, some of them accounts of the queer dreams of different persons, some of them citations from the theosophical books and magazines, notably W. Scott Eliot's Atlantis and the Lost Lemuria, and the rest comments on long-surviving secret societies and hidden cults, which references to passages in such mythological and anthropological sourcebooks as Fraser's Golden Bow and Miss Murray's witch cults in the Eastern Europe. The cuttings largely alluded to outre mental illness and outbreaks of folly or mania in the spring of 1925. The first half of the Princeville manuscript told a very peculiar tale. It appears that on March 1st, 1925, a thin, dark young man of neurotic and excited aspect had called upon Professor Engel, bearing the singular clay bas-relief, which was then exceedingly damp and fresh. His card bore the name of Henry Anthony Wilcox, and my uncle had recognized him as the youngest son of an excellent family, slightly known to him, who had latterly been studying sculpture at Rhode Island School of Design and living alone at the Fleur-de-Lis building near that institution. Wilcox was a precocious youth of known genius, but great eccentricity, and had from childhood excited attention through the strange stories and odd dreams that he was in the habit of relating. He called himself psychically hypersensitive, but the staid folk of the ancient commercial city dismissed him as merely queer. Never mingling much with his kind, he had dropped gradually from social visibility and was now known only to a small group of aesthetes from other towns. Even the Providence Art Club, anxious to preserve its conservatism, had found him quite hopeless. On the occasion of the visit, ran the professor's manuscript, the sculptor abruptly asked for the benefit of the host's archaeological knowledge in identifying the hieroglyphics on the bas-relief. He spoke in a dreamy, stilted manner, which suggested posed and alienated sympathy, and my uncle showed some sharpness in replying, for the conspicuous freshness of the tablet implied kinship with anything but archaeology. Young Wilcox's rejoinder, which impressed my uncle enough to make him recall and record it verbatim, was that of a fanatically poetic cast, which must have typified his whole conversation, and which I have since found highly characteristic of him. It said, "It is new, indeed, for I made it last night in a dream of strange cities, and dreams are older than brooding Tyre, and the contemplative Sphinx, or garden-girled Babylon." It was then that he began the rambling tale, which suddenly played upon a sleeping memory, and won the fevered interest of my uncle. There had been a slight earthquake tremor the night before, and the most considerably felt in New England for some years, and Wilcox's imagination had been keenly affected. Upon retiring, he had had an unprecedented dream of great cyclopean cities of Titan blocks and sky-flung monoliths, all dripping with green ooze and sinister with a tent horror. Hieroglyphics had covered the walls and pillars, and for some undetermined point below had come a voice which was not a voice, a chaotic sensation which only fancy could transmute into a sound, but which he attempted to render by the almost unpronounceable jumble of letters. Cthulhu Fthangin. This verbal jumble was the key to the recollection which excited and disturbed Professor Langell. He questioned the sculpture with scientific minuteness, and studied with almost frantic intensity the bas-relief which the youth had found himself working, chilled and clad only in his night clothes when waking had stolen bewilderingly over him. It's difficult to say, okay? Shut up. They literally said it's almost unpronounceable. Shut up. My uncle blamed his old age, Wilcox afterwards said, for his slowness in recognizing both hieroglyphics and pictorial designs. Many of his questions seemed highly out of place to his visitor, especially those which tried to connect the latter with the strange cults of societies, and Wilcox could not understand the repeated promises of silence which he was offered in exchange for an admission of membership in some widespread mystical or paganly religious body. When Professor Angell became convinced that the sculptor was indeed ignorant of any cult or system of cryptic lore, he besieged his visitor with demands for future reports of dreams. This bore regular fruit, for after the first interview, the manuscript of daily calls of the young man, during which he related starting fragments of nocturnal imagery, whose burden was always some terrible cyclopean vistas of dark and dripping stone, with a subterranean voice or intelligence shouting monotonously in enigmatic sense impacts, uninscribable save as gibberish. The two sounds most frequently repeated are those rendered by the letters Cthulhu and Rely. On March 23rd, the manuscript continued. Wilcox failed to appear, and inquirers at his quarters revealed that he had been stricken with an obscure sort of fever and taken to the home of his family in Waterman Street. He had cried out in the night, arousing several other artists in the building, and had manifested since then only alternations of unconsciousness and delirium. My uncle at once telephoned the family, and from that time forward kept close watch of the case, calling often at the Thayer Street office of Dr. Toby, from which he learned to be in charge. The youth's febrile mind apparently was dwelling on strange things, and the doctor shuddered now and then as he spoke of them. They included not only a repetition of what he had formerly dreamed, but touched wildly on the gigantic thing, miles high, which walked or lumbered about. He had no time fully described this object, but occasional frantic words, as repeated by Dr. Toby, convinced the professor that it must be identical with the nameless monstrosity that he had sought to depict in his dream sculpture. Reference to this object, the doctor added, was invariably a prelude to the young man's subsidence into lethargy. His temperature, oddly enough, was not greatly above normal, but the whole condition was otherwise such as to suggest true fever rather than a mental disorder. On April 2nd, at about 3 p.m., every trace of Wilcox's malady suddenly ceased. He sat upright in bed, astonished to find himself at home and completely ignorant of what had happened in dream or reality since the night of March 22nd. Pronounced well by his physician, he returned to his quarters in 3 days, but to Professor Angell he was of no further assistance. All traces of strange dreaming had vanished with his recovery, and my uncle kept no record of his night thoughts after a week of pointless and irrelevant accounts of the thoroughly unusual visions. Here, the first part of the manuscript ended, but references to certain of the scattered notes gave me much material for thought. So much, in fact, that only the ingrained skepticism then forming my philosophy can account for my continued distrust of the artist. The notes in question were those descriptive of the dreams of various persons covering the same period as that in which young Wilcox had had these strange visitations. My uncle, it seemed, had quickly instituted a prodigiously far-flung body of inquiries amongst nearly all the friends whom he could question without impertinence, asking for nightly reports of their dreams and the dates of any notable visions for some time past. The reception of his request seemed to have been varied, but he must at the very least have received more responses than any ordinary man would have handled without a secretary. The original correspondence was not preserved, but his notes formed a thorough and really significant digest. Average people in society and business, New England's traditional salt of the earth gave an almost completely negative result, though scattered cases of uneasy but formless nocturnal impressions appear here and there, always between March 23rd and April 2nd, the period of young Wilcox's delirium. Scientific men were little more affected, though 4 cases of age descriptions suggest fugitive glimpses of strange landscapes, and in one case there was mention of dread of something abnormal. It was from the artists and poets that the pertinent answers came, and I know that panic would have broken loose had they been able to compare notes. As it was, lacking their original letters, I half suspected the compiler of having asked leading questions, or of having edited the correspondence in corroboration of what he had latently resolved to see. This is why I continued to feel that Wilcox, somewhat cognizant of the old data which my uncle had possessed, had been imposing on the veteran scientist. These responses from aesthetes told a disturbing tale. From February 22nd to April 2nd, a large proportion of them had dreamed very bizarre things. The intensity of the dreams being immeasurably the strongest during the period of the sculptor's delirium. Over a fourth of those who reported anything reported scenes of half-sounds not unlike those that which Wilcox had described, and some of the dreamers confessed acute fear of the gigantic nameless thing visible towards the last. One case, which the note describes with emphasis, was very sad. The subject, a widely known architect with leanings towards theosophy and occultism, went violently insane on the date of young Wilcox's seizure, and expired several months later, after incessant screamings to be saved from some escaped denizen of hell. Had my uncle referred to these cases by name instead of merely by numbers, I should have attempted some corroboration and personal investigation. But as it was, I succeeded in tracing down only a few. All of these, however, bore out the notes in full. I have often wondered if all of the objects of the professor's questioning felt as puzzled as did this fraction. It is well that no explanation shall ever reach them. The press cuttings, as I have intimated, touched on a case of panic, mania, and eccentricity given the given period. Professor Engel must have employed a cutting bureau, for the number of extracts was tremendous, and the sources scattered throughout the globe. Here was a nocturnal suicide in London, where a lone sleeper had leaped from a window after a shocking cry. Here, likewise, a rambling letter to the editor of a paper in South America, where a fanatic deduces a dire future from the visions that he has seen. A dispatch from California describes a theosophist colony as donning white robes and masks for some glorious fulfillment which never arrives, while items from India speak guardedly of a serious native unrest towards the end of March. Voodoo orgies multiply in Haiti, and African outposts report ominous mute mutterings. American officers in the Philippines find certain tribes bothersome about this time, and New York policemen are mobbed by hysterical Levantines on the night of March 22nd to 23rd. The west of Ireland, too, is full of wild rumour and legendary, and a fantastic painter named Ardoise Bonat hangs a blasphemous dream landscape in the Paris Spring Salon in 1926. And so numerous are the recorded troubles in insane asylums that only a miracle can have stopped the medical fraternity from noting strange parallelisms and drawing mystified conclusions. A weird bunch of cuttings, all told, and I can at this stage scarcely envisage the callous rationalism with which I have set them aside. But I was then convinced that young Wilcox had known of older matters mentioned by the professor. It's the end of part 1. Final Fantasy XIV or Cyberpunk, both at the same time. No, I mean, you've just gotten back into Final Fantasy, right? Okay. I'm fine. So long. But it's okay. Nice, Eric. Good job. Part 2. The Tale of Inspector Legrasse. The older matters which had made the sculptor's dream and bas relief so significant to my uncle formed the subject of the second half of his long manuscript. Once before, it appears, Professor Engel had seen the hellish outlines of the nameless monstrosity, puzzled over the unknown hieroglyphics, and heard the ominous syllables which can be rendered only Ask Cthulhu, and all And all this in so stirring and horrible a connection that it is a small wonder that he pursued young Wilcox with queries and demands for data. This earlier experience had come in 1908, 17 years before, when the American Archaeological Society held its annual meeting in St. Louis. Professor Engel, as befitted one of his authority and attainments, had had a prominent part in all of the deliberations, and was one of the first to be approached by the several outsiders who took advantage of the convocations to offer questions for correct answerings and problems for expert solutions. The chief at these outsiders, and in short time the focus of interest for the entire meeting, was a commonplace-looking middle-aged man who had travelled all the way from New Orleans for certain special information unobtainable from any local source. His name was John Raymond Legrasse, and he was a profession, an inspector of police. With him, he bore the subject of his visit, a grotesque, repulsive, and apparently very ancient stone statuette whose origin he was at a loss to determine. It must not be fancied that Inspector Legrasse had the least interest in archaeology. On the contrary, his wish for enlightenment was prompted by purely professional considerations. The statuette, idol, fetish, or whatever it was, had been captured some months before in a wooded swamp south of New Orleans during a raid on a supposed voodoo meeting, and so singular and hideous were the rites connected with it that the police could not but realize that they had stumbled upon a dark cult totally unknown to them, and infinitely more diabolical than even the blackest of the African voodoo circles. Of its origin, apart from the erratic and unbelievable tales extorted from the captured members, absolutely nothing was to be discovered. Hence the anxiety of the police for any antiquarian lore which might help them to place the frightful symbol, and though it tracked down the cult to its fountainhead. Inspector Legrasse was scarcely prepared for the sensation which the offering created. One sight of the thing had been enough to throw the assembled men of science into a state of tense excitement, and they lost no time in crowding around him to gaze at the diminutive figure whose utter strangeness and air of genuinely abysmal antiquity hinted so potently and at unopened and archaic vistas. No recognized school of sculpture had animated this terrible object, yet centuries and even thousands of years seems recorded in its dim and greenish surface of unplaceable stone. The figure, which was finally passed slowly from man to man to close, careful study, was between 7 and 8 inches in height, and of exquisite artistic workmanship. It represented a monster of vaguely anthropoid outline, but with an octopus-like head whose face was a mass of feelers. A scaly, rubbery-looking body, prodigious claws on hinds and forefeet, and long, narrow wings behind. This thing, which seemed instinct with a fearsome and unnatural malignancy, was that of a somewhat bloated corpulence, and squatted evilly on the rectangular block or pedestal covered with undecipherable characters. The tips of the wings touched the black edge of the block. The seat occupied the center, whilst the long curved claws of the doubled-up, crouching hind legs gripped the front edge and extended a quarter of the way down towards the bottom of the pedestal. The cephalopod head was bent forward so that the end of the facial feelers brushed the backs of the huge forepaws which clasped the croucher's elevated knees. The aspect of the whole was abnormally lifelike, and the more subtly fearful because the source was totally unknown. Its vast, awesome, and incalculable age was unmistakable, yet not one link did it show with any known type of art belonging to civilization's youth, or indeed to any other time. Totally separate and apart, its very material was a mystery, for the soapy, greenish black stone with its golden or iridescent flecks and striations resembled nothing familiar to geology or mineralogy. The characters along the base were equally baffling, and no member present, despite a representation of half the world's expert leaning in this field, could form at least a notion, or even the remotest linguistic kinship. They, like the subject and material, belonged to something horribly remote and distinct from mankind as we know it. Something frightfully suggestive of old and unhallowed cycles of life, which our world and our conceptions have no part. And yet, as the members severely shook their heads and confessed defeat as the inspector's problem, there was one man in the gathering who suspected a touch of bizarre familiarity to the monstrous shape and writing, and who presently told with some diffidence that the old trifle he knew. This person was the late William Channing Webb, professor of anthropology at Princeton University and an explorer with no slight notes. Professor Webb had been engaged 48 years before in a tour of Greenland and Iceland in search of some runic inscriptions which he failed to unearth, and whilst high up in the West Greenland coast he had encountered a singular tribe or cult of degenerate Eskimos whose religious or curious form of devil worship chilled him with its deliberate bloodthirstiness and repulsiveness. It was a faith of which the other Eskimos knew little, and which they mentioned only with shudders, saying that it had come down from horribly ancient aeons before even the world was ever made. Besides nameless rites and human sacrifices, there were certain queer hereditary rituals addressed to Supreme Elder Devil, or Tornasuk. Of this, Professor Webb had taken careful phonetic copy from an ancient Angakok or wizard priest, expressing the sounds in Roman letters as he best knew how. But just now, of prime significance was the fetish which this cult had cherished, and around which they had danced when the aurora leaped high over the ice cliffs. It was, the professor stated, a very crude bas-relief of stone, comprising a hideous picture and some cryptic writing. And as far as he can tell, it was a rough parallel in all essential features of the bestial thing now lying before the meeting. These data, received with suspense and astonishment by the assembled members, proved doubly exciting to Inspector Legrasse, and he began at once to ply his informant with questions. Having noted and copied an oral ritual among the swamp cult worshippers his men has arrested, he besought the professor to remember the best he might the syllables taken down amongst the diabolist Eskimos. There then followed an exhaustive comparison of details, and a moment of really odd silence when both detective and scientist agreed on the virtual identity of the phrase common to the two hellish rituals so many worlds of distance apart. What in substance both the Eskimo wizards and the Louisiana swamp priest had chanted to their kindred idols was something very like this, the word divisions being guessed at from traditional breaks in the phrase as chanted aloud. I'm not even gonna. You can't make me. You can't make me. Legrasse had 1 point in advance of Professor Webb, for several among his prisoners had repeated to him what the older celebrants had told them the words meant. This text, as given, ran something like this. In his house at Relay, dead Cthulhu awaits dreaming. I don't want to summon anything. I don't want to summon anything. Shut up. And now, in response to a general urgent demand, Inspector Legrasse related as fully as possible his experience with the swamp worshippers, telling a story to which I could see my uncle attach profound significance. It savoured of the wildest dreams of mythmaker and theosophist, and disclosed an astonishing degree of cosmic imagination, such as half-caste and pariahs as might be least expected to possess it. On November 1st, 1907, there had come to New Orleans police a frantic summons from the swamp and lagoon country to the south. The squatters there, mostly primitive but good-natured descendants of Lafitte's men, were the grip of stark terror from an unknown thing.
Fuck you!
Was Twiggle's response to that line.
Accurate. Were the grip of stark terror from an unknown thing which has stolen upon them in the night. It was voodoo, apparently, but voodoo of a more terrible sort than they had ever known. And some of their women and children had disappeared since the malevolent tom-tom had begun its incessant beating far within the black-haunted woods where no dweller ventured. There were insane shouts and harrowing screams, soul-chilling chants and dancing devil-flamers, and the frightened messenger added that people could stand it no more. So, a body of 20 police, filling 2 carriages and an automobile, had set out in the late afternoon with the shivering squatters as a guide. At the end of the passable road, they alighted, and for miles splashed on in silence through the terrible cypress woods where the day never came. Ugly roots and malignant hanging nooses of Spanish moss beset them, and now and then a pile of dank stones or fragments of a rotting wall intensified by its hint of morbid habitation, a depression which every malformed tree and every fungus islet combined to create. At length, the squatter settlement, a miserable huddle of huts, hove in sight, and hysterical dwellers ran out to cluster around the group of bobbing lanterns. The muffled beat of tom-toms were now faintly audible far, far ahead, and a curdling shriek came at infrequent intervals when the wind shifted. A reddish glare, too, seemed to filter through the pale undergrowth beyond endless avenues of forest night. Reluctant even to be left alone again, each one of the cowed squatters refused point-blank to advance another inch towards the scene of unholy worship, so Inspector Legrasse and his 19 colleagues plunged unguided into black arcades of horror that none of them had ever trod before. The region now entered by the police was one traditionally of evil repute, substantially unknown and untraversed by white men. There were legends of a hidden lake, unglimpsed by mortal sight, in which dwelt a huge, formless, white, polyphous thing with luminous eyes, and squatters whispered that bat-winged devils flew up out of the caverns in inner earth to worship at midnight. They said it had been there before D'Iberville, before LaSalle, before the Indians, and before even the wholesome beasts and birds of the woods. It was nightmare itself, and to see it was to die. But it made men dream, and so they knew enough to keep away. The present voodoo orgy was indeed on the nearest fringe of this abhorred area, but the location was bad enough. Hence, perhaps, the very place of the worship had terrified the squatters more than the shocking sounds and incidents. Only poetry or madness could do justice to the noises heard by Legrasse men as they ploughed through and through the black morass towards the red glare and the muffled tom-toms. There are vocal qualities peculiar to men and vocal qualities peculiar to beasts, and it is terrible to hear the one when the sword should yield the other. Animal fury and orgiastic license here whipped themselves to demonic heights by howls and squawking ecstasies that tore and reverberated through those nighted woods like pestilence tempests from the gulfs of hell. Now and then the less organized ululations would cease, and from what seemed like a well-drilled chorus of hoarse voices would rise in sing-song, chant the hideous phrase or ritual. I'm still not gonna. I'm still not gonna. Then the men, having reached a spot where the trees were thinner, came suddenly in sight of the spectacle itself. 4 of them reeled, 1 fainted, and 2 were shaken into a frantic cry which made the mad cacophony of the orgy fortunately deafened. Legrasse dashed swamp water on the face of the fainting man, and all stood trembling and nearly hypnotized with horror. In its natural glade of the swamp stood a grassy island of perhaps an acre's extent, clear of trees and tolerably dry. On this now leaped and twisted a more indescribable horde of human abnormalities that any but a Sime or an Angarola could paint. Void of clothing, this hybrid spawn were braying, bellowing, and writhing about a monstrous ring-shaped bonfire, in the center of which, revealed by occasional rifts in the curtain of flame, stood a great granite monolith some 8 feet in height, on top of which, incongruous in its diminutiveness, rested the noxious carven statuettes. From a wide circle of 10 scaffolds set up at regular intervals, with a flame-girth monolith at the center, hung, head downward, the oddly marred bodies of the helpless squatters who had disappeared. It was inside the circle that the ring of worshippers drummed and roared, the general direction of the mass motion being from left to right in an endless bacchanal between the ring of bodies and the ring of fire. It may have been only imagination, and it may have only been echoes which induced one of the men, an excitable Spaniard, to fancy he heard antiphonal responses to the ritual come far and unillumined spot deeper within the wood of ancient legendary and horror. This man, Joseph D. Galvez, I later met and questioned, and he proved distractingly imaginative. He indeed went as far as to hint at the faint beating of the great wings, and of glimpse of shining eyes and mountainous white bulk beyond the remotest trees. But I suppose he had been hearing too much native superstitious. Actually, the horrified pause of the men was comparatively brief duration. Duty came first, and although there must have been nearly 100 mongrel celebrants in the throng, the police relied on their firearms and plunged determinedly into the nauseous rout. For 5 minutes, the reluctant din and chaos was beyond description. Wild blows were struck, shots were fired, and escapes were made. But in the end, Legras was able to count some 47 sullen prisoners, whom he forced to dress in haste and fall into line between 2 rows of policemen. 5 of the worshippers lay dead, and 2 severely wounded ones were carried away on an improvised stretchers by their fellow prisoners. The image of the monolith, of course, was fully removed and carried back by Legras. Examined at headquarters after a trip of intense strain and weariness, the prisoners all proved to be men of very low, mixed-blooded and mentally aberrant types. Most were seamen, and a sprinkling of people, largely West Indians and Brava Portuguese from Cape Verde Islands, gave coloring of Buddhism and to the heterogeneous cult. You guys are all children. But before many questions were asked, it became manifest that something far deeper and older was involved. Degraded and ignorant as they were, the creatures held with surprising consistency to the central idea of their loathsome faith. They worshipped, so they said, the great old ones, who lived ages before there were any men, and who came to the young world out of the sky. These old ones were gone now, inside the earth and under the sea, but their dead bodies had told their secrets in dreams to the first man who formed a cult which had never died. This was that cult, and the prisoners said it had always existed and always would exist. Hidden in distant wastes and dark places all over the world until the time when the great priest Cthulhu from his dark house in the mighty city of Relay under the water should rise and bring the earth again beneath his sway. Someday he would call, when the stars were ready, when the secret cult would always be waiting to liberate him. Meanwhile, no more must be told. There was a secret which even torture could not extract. Mankind was not absolutely alone among the conscious things of Earth, for shapes came out of the dark to visit the faithful few. But these were not the great old ones. No man had ever seen the old ones. The carven idol was the great Cthulhu, but none might say whether or not the others were precisely like him. No one could read the old writing now, but things were told by word of mouth. The chanted ritual was not the secret. That was never spoken aloud, only whispered. The chant meant only this. In his house of Relay, the dead Cthulhu waits, dreaming. Only 2 of the prisoners were found sane enough to be hanged, and the rest were committed to various institutions. All denied a part in the ritual murders, and averred that the killing had been done by Blackwing ones, which had come to them from their immemorial meeting place in the haunted woods. But of those mysterious allies, no coherent account could ever be gained. What the police did extract came mainly from an immensely aged mestizo called Castro, who claimed to have sailed to strange ports and talked with undying leaders of the cult in the mountains of China. Old Castro remembered bits of hideous legend that paled the speculations of theosophists and made the man and world seem recent and transient indeed. There had been aeons where other things ruled on Earth, and they had great cities. Remains of them, he said the deathless Chinaman had told him, were still to be found as cyclopean stones on islands in the Pacific. They all died vast epochs of time before man came, but there were arts which could revive them when the stars had come around again to the right positions in a cycle of eternity. They had indeed come themselves from the stars and brought their images with them. These great old ones, Castro continued, were not composed altogether of flesh and blood. They had shape, for did not this star-fashioned image prove it? But that shape was not made of matter. When the stars were right, they could plunge from world to world through the sky, but when the stars were wrong, they could not live. But although they no longer lived, they would never really die. They all lay in stone houses in their great city of I don't actually know how to pronounce it. You might have picked up on this already. Riley. Preserved by the spells of the mighty Cthulhu for a glorious resurrection when the stars and the earth might once more be ready for them. But at that time, some force from the outside must serve to liberate their bodies. The spell that preserved them intact likewise prevented them from making an initial move, and they could only lie awake in the dark and think whilst uncounted millions of years rolled by. They knew all that was occurring in the universe, for their mode of speech was transmitted thought. Even now, they talked in their tombs. When, after infinities of chaos, the first men came, the great old ones spoke to the sensitive among them by moulding their dreams, for only thus could their language reach the fleshy minds of mammals. Then, whispered Castro, those first men formed the cult around small idols, which the great ones showed them. Idols brought in dim eras from dark stars. The cult would never die until the stars came bright again, and the secret priest would take the great Cthulhu from his tomb to revive his subjects and resume his rule on Earth. The time would be easy to know, for then mankind would have become as the great ones, the great old ones, free and wild and beyond good and evil, with laws and morals thrown aside and all men shouting and killing and reveling in joy. Then the liberated old ones would teach them new ways to shout and kill and revel and enjoy themselves, and all of Earth would flame with a holocaust of ecstasy and freedom. Meanwhile, the cult, by appropriate rites, must keep alive with the memory of those ancient ways and shadow forth the prophecy of their return. In the elder time, chosen men had talked with the entombed old ones in their dreams, but then something had happened. The great stone city Riley, with its monoliths and sepulchres, had sunk beneath the waves, and the deep waters, full of the one primal mystery, through which not even thought can pass, had cut off the spectral intercourse. But memory never died, and High Priest said that the city would rise again when the stars were right. Then came out of the earth the black spirits of the earth, mouldy and shadowy, and full of dim rumours picked up in caverns beneath the forgotten sea bottoms. But of them Castro dared not speak much. He cut himself off hurriedly, and no amount of persuasion or subtlety could elicit more in this direction. The size of the old ones, too, he curiously declined to mention. Of the cult, he said that he thought the centre lay amid the pathless deserts of Arabia, where Irem, the city of pillars, dreamt hidden and untouched. It was not allied to the European witch cult, and it was virtually unknown beyond its members. No book had ever really hinted of it, though the deathless Chinaman said that they were double meanings in the Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred, which the initiated might read as they choose, especially the much-discussed couplet. That is not dead which can eternally lie, and with strange aeons even death may die. Legras, deeply impressed and not a little bewildered, had inquired in vain concerning the historic affiliation with the cult. Castro, apparently, had told the truth when he said that it was wholly secret. The authorities at Tulane University could shed no light either upon the cult or image, and now the detective had come to the highest authorities in the country, and met with no more than the Greenland tale of Professor Webb. The feverish interest aroused at the meeting of the Legras's tale, corroborated as it was by the statuette, is echoed in the subsequent correspondence of those who attended, although scant mention occurs in the formal publication of the society. Caution is the first care of those accustomed to face occasional charlatanry and imposture. Legras for some time lent the image to Professor Webb, but at the latter's death it was returned to him, and remains in his possession, where I viewed it not long ago. It is truly a terrible thing, and unmistakably akin to the dream sculpture of young Wilcox. That my uncle was as excited by the tale of the sculpture, I did not wonder, For what thoughts must arise upon hearing that, after a knowledge of what Lovecraft had learned of the cult, a sensitive young man who had dreamed not only of the figure and the exact hieroglyphics of the swamp found image on the Greenland Devil tablet, but it had come in his dream upon at least 3 of the precise words of the formula uttered by Eskimo Diabolics and the mongrel Louisianas. Professor Engel's instant start on the investigation of the utmost thoroughness was eminently natural, though privately I suspected young Wilcox of having heard of the cult in some indirect way, and of having invented a series of dreams to heighten and continue the mystery at my uncle's expense. The dream narratives and cuttings collected by the professors were, of course, strong corroboration, but the rationalism of my mind and the extravagance of the whole subject led me to adopt what I thought was the most sensible conclusions. So, after thoroughly studying the manuscript again and correlating the theosophical anthropological notes with the cult narrative of Legras, I made a trip to Providence to see the sculptor and give him a rebuke I thought the proper for so boldly imposing upon the learned and aged man. Wilcox still lived alone in the Fleur-de-Lis building in Thomas Street, a hideous Victorian imitation of the 17th century Breton architecture, which flaunts its stuccoed front amidst the lovely colonial houses on the ancient hill, and under the very shadow of the finest Georgian steeple in America. I found him at work in his rooms, and at once conceded from the specimens scattered about that his genius is indeed profound and authentic. He will, I believe, he be heard for some time as one of the great decadents? For he has crystallized in clay and will... Descendants! I don't know. For he has crystallized in clay and will one day mirror in marble those nightmares and fantasies which Arthur Machen evokes in prose and Clark Ashton Smith makes visible in verse and in painting. Dark, frail, and somewhat unkempt in aspect, he turned languidly at my knock and asked me my business without rising. When I told him who I was, he displayed some interest, for my uncle had exited his curiosity in probing his strange dreams, yet had never explained the reason for the study. I did not enlarge his knowledge in this regard, but sought with some subtlety to draw him out. In a short time, I became convinced of his absolute sincerity, for he spoke of the dreams in a manner none could mistake. They and their subconscious residuum had influenced his art profoundly, and he showed me a morbid statue which contours almost make me shake with the potency of its black suggestion. He could not recall having seen the original of this thing except in his own dream bas-relief, but the outlines had formed themselves insensibly under his hands. It was, no doubt, the giant shape he had raved of in delirium. That he really knew nothing of the hidden cult, save from what my uncle's relentless catechism had let fall, he soon made clear, and I again strove to think of some ways in which he could possibly have received the weird impressions. He talked of his dream in a strangely poetic fashion, making me see with terrible vividness the damned cyclopean city of slimy green stone, whose geometry, he oddly said, was all wrong, and hear with frightened expectancy the ceaseless half-mental calling from the underground. Cthulhu vertangen. These words had formed part of that dread ritual which told of dead Cthulhu's dream vigil in the stone vault of Riley, and I felt deeply moved despite my rational beliefs. Wilcox, I was sure, had heard of the cult in some casual way, and had soon forgotten it amidst the mass of his equally weird reading and imagining. Later, by virtue of sheer impressiveness, it had found subconscious expression in dreams. The bas-relief and in terrible statue I now beheld, so that his imposture upon my uncle had been an innocent one. The youth was of a type at once slightly affected and slightly ill-mannered, which I could never like, but I was willing enough now to admit both his genius and his honesty. I took leave of him amicably, and wished him all the success in his talent promises. The matter of the cult still remained to fascinate me, and at times I had visions of a personal fame from researchers into its origins and connections. I visited New Orleans and talked to Legras and others that old-time raiding party, saw the frightful image, and even questions such as the mongrel prisoners still survived. Old Castro, unfortunately, had been dead for some years. What I now heard so graphically at first hand, though it was really no more than a detailed confirmation of what my uncle had written, excited me afresh. For I felt sure that I was on the track of a very real, very secret, and very ancient religion whose discovery would make me an anthropologist of note. My attitude was still one of absolute materialism, as I wish it still were, and I discounted with the most inexplicable perseverity the coincidence of the dream notes and the odd cuttings collected by Professor Engel. One thing which I began to suspect, and which I now fear I know, is that my uncle's death was far from natural. He fell on a narrow hill street leading up from an ancient waterfront swarming with foreign mongrels after careless push from a sailor. I did not forget the mixed blood and marine pursuits of the cult members in Louisiana, and would not be surprised to learn of secret methods and poisoned needles that ruthless and anciently known as cryptic rites and beliefs. Legrassinus men, it is true, have been let alone, but in Norway, a certain seaman who saw things is dead. Might not the deeper inquiries of my uncle after encountering the sculptor's data have come to sinister ears? I think Professor Engel died because he knew too much, or because he was likely to learn too much. Whether I shall go as he did remains to be seen, for I have learned much now. That's the end of part 2. I need a very short break before we start part 3. Ram! Excellent timing. Excellent timing, because we're having a short in-between chapters break. Thank you so much for the raid! I really appreciate that. Hello! Hi! We're doing a special stream today. 8 months ago, I made a promise, after we hit a community, like, the challenge, the point? What are they called? Holy shit. I've been reading Lovecraft for the last 4 hours. We did a goal, we hit a goal, where I would spend an entire stream just reading Lovecraft. And that's what we've been doing. We're currently right smack in the middle of Call of Cthulhu. We've been reading several stories. My voice is starting to go out. My voice is struggling. I'm struggling big time right now. The goal is still there. The goal is still there, indeed. Yeah, we hit that 8 months ago. But hi, I hope you had a lovely stream. I hope you had tons of fun. I hope you had a blast. Welcome on in, everyone. Hi, Therese. Hi, Byzantine. Hello, hello. I don't know if you guys have ever read Lovecraft before. It's not an easy read. Let me just tell you, it is not an easy read. And also, I don't know if you guys have ever read out loud for extended periods of time before. Also not easy. Also not easy. But hey, we're approaching the end. We're approaching less than 10 pages. Less than 10 pages to go. It's a fun read. It's honestly, we've read some really, really, really good stories today. We've read some really good stories today. I genuinely think that still my favorite is The Temple. I think that The Temple is my favorite so far. Just because of like how deeply unsettling it is. It hit something in me. It definitely hit something in me. So yeah. It's a very difficult read. Yeah, it is. It's genuinely, like, as fun as it is, as much as I'm enjoying it, it's a difficult read. But it's been very enjoyable. It's been very, very enjoyable. So we're at the last part now, I think. I don't know if it's the last part. It's the third part of the Call of Cthulhu. I'm gonna read that. Actually, there's an ad break coming up in a couple of minutes. So what I'm gonna do, I've been drinking so much water during the stream. I'm gonna run a quick ad, run to the toilet real quick, go pee, then we'll finish. Then we'll read the last bits of the Call of Cthulhu. That's the plan. So, I'm trying very hard to schedule it so that no ads run while I'm reading. Because, like, that's the most immersion breaking. So I'm trying very hard to make sure that that doesn't happen, which is why there's a scheduled ad coming up in 4 minutes. I'm gonna play that now while I go pee, so you guys miss out on absolutely nothing. So, yeah. I'll be right back. Thank you, Rentalon, for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. We ready? We're ready. Okay. Part 3. The madness from the sea. If heaven ever wishes to grant me a boon, it would be a total effacing of the results of a mere chance which fixed my eye on a certain stray piece of shelf paper. It was nothing on which I would naturally have stumbled in the course of my daily round, for it was an old number of an Australian journal, Sydney Bulletin, for April 18th, 1925. It had escaped even the Cutting Bureau, which had, at the time of its issuance, been avidly collecting material for my uncle's research. I had largely given over my inquiries to what Professor Engel called the Cthulhu cult, and was visiting a learned friend of Patterson, New Jersey, the curator of a local museum and a mineralogist of note. Examining one day of the reserve specimens roughly set on the storage shelves in a rear room of the museum, my eyes was caught by an odd picture in one of the old pages strewn beneath the stones. It was the Sydney Bulletin that I mentioned, for my friend has wide affiliations in all conceivable foreign parts, and the picture was a half-tone cut of a hideous stone image almost identical to that which Legras had found in the swamp. Eagerly clearing the sheet of its precious contents, I scanned the item in detail and was disappointed to find it only in moderate length. What it suggested, however, was of portentous significance to my flagging request, and I carefully tore it for immediate action. It read as following. Mystery derelict found at sea. Vigilant arrives with helpless armed New Zealand yacht in tow. One survivor and dead man found aboard. Tales of desperate battle and deaths at sea. Rescued seaman refuses particulars of strange experience. Odd idol found in his possession. Inquiry to follow. The Morrison Coast freighter Vigilance, bound from Valparaiso, arrived this morning at its wharf in Darling Harbour, having in tow the battled and disabled but heavily armed steam yacht Alert of Dunedin, New Zealand, which was sighted April 12th in south latitude 34 degrees 21, west longitude 152 degrees 17, with one living and one dead man aboard. The Vigilant left Valparaiso March 25th, and on April 2nd was driven considerably south of her course by exceptionally heavy storms and monster waves. On April 12th, the derelict was sighted, and though apparently deserted, was found upon boarding to contain one survivor in half-delirious condition, and one man who had evidently been dead for more than a week. The living man was clutching a horrible stone idol of unknown origin, about a foot in height, regarding whose nature authorities at Sydney University, the Royal Society, and the Museum of College Street all professed complete bafflement, and at which the survivor says he found in the cabin of the yacht, in a small carved shrine of common pattern. This man, after recovering his senses, told an exceedingly strange story of piracy and slaughter. He is Gustav Johansen, a Norwegian of some intelligence, and had been the second mate of the two-masted schooner Emma of Auckland, which had sailed for Callao February 20th with a complement of 11 men. The Emma, he says, was delayed and thrown widely south of her course by a great storm of March 1st, and on March 22nd, in south latitude 49 degrees 51, west longitude 128 degrees 34, encountered the Alert, manned by a queer and evil-looking crew of Kanakas and half-castes. Being ordered peremptorily to turn back, Captain Collins refused, whereupon the strange crew began to fire savagely and without warning upon the schooner with a peculiarly heavy battery of brass cannons forming part of the yacht's equipment. The Emma's men showed fright, says the survivor, and though the schooner began to sink from shots beneath the waterline, they managed to heave alongside their enemy and board her, grappling with the savage crew on the yacht's deck, and being forced to kill them all, the number being slightly superior because of their particularly abhorrent and desperate, rather clumsy mode of fighting. 3 of the Emma's men, including Captain Collins and First Mate Green, were killed, and the remaining 8 under Second Mate Johansen proceeded to navigate the captured yacht, going ahead to their original direction to see if any reason for their ordering back had existed. The next day, it appears, they raced and landed on a small island, although none is known to exist in that part of the ocean, and 6 of the men somehow died ashore, though Johansen is clearly reticent about this part of the story and speaks only of their falling into a rock chasm. Later, it seems, he and one companion boarded the yacht and tried to manage her, but they were beaten about by the storm of April 2nd. From that time until his rescue on the 12th, the man remembers little, and he does not even recall when William Bryden, his companion, died. Bryden's death revealed no apparent cause and was probably due to excitement or exposure. Cable advices from the Dunedin report that the alert was well known that there was an island trader and bore an evil reputation along the waterfront. It was owned by a curious group of half-castes whose frequent meetings on night trips to the woods attracted no little curiosity, and it had set sail in great haste just after the storm and the earth tremors of March 1st. Our Auckland correspondent gives Emma and her crew an excellent reputation, and Johansson is described as a sober and worthy man. The Admiralty will institute an inquiry on the whole matter, beginning tomorrow, at which every effort will be made to induce Johansson to speak more freely than he had done hitherto. This was all together with the picture of the hellish image, but what a train of ideas it started in my mind. Here were new treasuries of data on the Cthulhu cult, and evidence that it had strange interest at sea as well as on land. What motive prompted the hybrid crew to order back the Emma as they sailed about with their hideous idol? What was the unknown island on which the 6 of the Emma's crew have died? And what about the mate Johansson was so secretive? What had the Vice Admiralty's investigation brought out, and what was known to the noxious cult in Dunedin? And most marvellous of all, what deep and more than natural linkage of dates was this which gave a malign and now undeniable significance to the various turns of events so carefully noted by my uncle? March 1st, our February 28th, according to the international dateline, the earthquake and storm had come. From Dunedin, the Alert and her noisome crew had darted eagerly forth as if imperiously summoned, and on the other side of the earth, poets and artists had begun to dream of a strange, dark, Cyclopean city, whilst a young sculptor had moulded in his sleep the form of the dreaded Cthulhu. March 23rd, the crew of the Emma had landed on an unknown island and left 6 men dead, and on that date, the dreams of sensitive men assumed a heightened vividness and darkened with dread of a giant monster's malign pursuit, whilst an architect had gone mad and a sculptor had lapsed suddenly into delirium. And what of the storm on April 2nd? The date of which all dreams of the dang city ceased, and Wilcox emerged unharmed from the bondage of strange fever. What of all this, and all of those hints of old Castro about the sunken, star-born old ones, and their coming reign, their faithful cult, and their mastery of dreams? Was I tottering on the brink of cosmic horrors beyond a man's power to bear? If so, they must be horrors of the mind alone, for in some way the 2nd of April had put a stop to whatever monstrous menace has begun its siege into mankind's soul. That evening, after a day of hurried cabling and arranging, I bade my host adieu, and I took the train for San Francisco. In less than a month, I was in Dunedin, where, however, I found that little was known of the strange cult members who had lingered in the old sea taverns. Waterfront scum was far too common for special mention, though there was vague talk about one inland trip these mongrels had made, during which the faint drumming and red flame were noted in the distant hills. In Auckland, I learned that Johansson had returned with yellow hair turned white after a perfunctory and inconclusive questioning at Sydney, and had thereafter sold his cottage in West Street and sailed with his wife to his old home in Oslo. Of his stirring experience, he would tell his friends no more than he had told the Admiralty officers, and all they could do was give me his Oslo address. After that, I went to Sydney, and I talked profitlessly to seamen and members of the Vice Admiralty Court. I saw the Alert, now sold and in commercial use, at Circular Quay in Sydney Cove, but gained nothing from its non-committal bulk. The crouching image with his cuttlefish head, dragon body, scaled wings, and his hieroglyphed pedestal was preserved in a museum at Hyde Park, and I studied it long and well, finding it a thing of balefully exquisite workmanship, and with the same utter mystery, terrible antiquity, and unearthly strangeness of material which I had noted in Legraff's smaller specimen. Geologists, the curator told me, had found it a monstrous puzzle, for they vowed that the world held no rock like it. Then I thought with a shudder of what the old Castro had told Legrasse about the primal great ones. They had come from the stars, and they had brought their image with them. Shaken with much a mental revolution as I had never known before, I now resolved to visit mate Johansson in Oslo. Sailing for London, I re-embarked at once for the Norwegian capital, and one autumn day landed at the trim wharves in the shadow of Ekeberg. Johansson's address, which I discovered, lay in the old town of King Harald Hårdrade, which kept alive the name of Oslo during all the centuries that the greater city masqueraded as Christiania. I made the brief trip by taxicab and knocked with a palpitant heart at the door of a neat and ancient building with plastered fronts. A sad-faced woman in black answered my summons, and I was strung with disappointment when she told me in halting English that Gustav Johansen was no more. He had not long survived his return, said his wife, for the doings at sea in 1925 had broken him. He had told her no more than he had told the public, but had left a long manuscript of technical matters, as he said, written in English, evidently in order to safeguard her from the peril of casual perusal. During a walk through a narrow lane near the Gothenburg dock, a bundle of papers falling from an attic window had knocked him down. 2 Lascar sailors had once helped him to his feet, but before the ambulance could reach him, he was dead. Physicians found no adequate cause for the end and laid it to heart trouble and a weakened constitution. I now felt gnawing at my vitals a dark terror which will never leave me until I too must rest, accidentally or otherwise. Persuading the widow that my connections with her husband's technical matters was sufficient to entitle me to his manuscript, I bore the document away and began to read it on the London boat. It was simple. It was a simple, rambling thing, a naive sailor's effort at a post-facto diary, and strove to recall day by day of that last awful voyage. I can't attempt to ascribe it verbatim to all the cloudiness and redundance, but I will tell it just enough to show why the sound of the water against the vessel's side became so unendurable to me that I stopped my ears with cotton. Johansen, thank God, did not quite know all, and even though he saw the city and the thing, but I shall never sleep calmly again when I think of all the horrors that lurk ceaselessly behind life in time and space, and of those unhallowed blasphemies from which elder stars which dreams beneath the sea, known and favoured by a nightmare cult ready to eager to loose them on to the world wherever another earthquake shall heave their monstrous stone city again to sun and air. Johansen's voyage has begun just as he told it, revised Admiralty. The Emma, in ballast, had cleared Auckland on February 20th, and had felt the full force of the earthquake-born tempest which must have heaved upon the sea bottom of the horrors that filled the men's dreams. Once more under control, the ship was making good progress when held up at the Alert on March 22nd. And I could feel the mate's regret as he wrote of her bombardment and sinking. Of the swarthy cult fiends of the Alert, he speaks with significant horror. There were some peculiarly abominable qualities about them which made their destruction seem almost a duty, and Johansen shows ingenuous wonder at the charge of ruthlessness brought against this party during the proceedings of the Court of Inquiry. Then, driven ahead by curiosity in their captured yacht under Johansen's command, the men sight a great stone pillar sticking out of the sea, and in south latitude 47 degrees 9, west longitude 126.43, come upon a coastline of mingled mud, ooze, and weedy cyclopean masonry, which can be nothing less than a tangible substance of Earth's supreme terror, the nightmare corpse city of Riley that was built in measureless aeons beyond the history of the vast loathsome shapes that seeped down from the dark stars. There lay great Cthulhu and his hordes, hidden in green slimy vaults and sending out at last, after cycles incalculable, the thoughts that spread fear to the dreams of the sensitive and called imperiously to the faithful to come to a pilgrimage of liberation and restoration. All this Johansen did not suspect, but God knows he saw enough. I suppose that only a single mountaintop, the hideous monolith-crowned citadel whereupon great Cthulhu was buried, actually emerged from the waters. When I think of the extent of all that may be brooding down there, I almost wish to kill myself forthwith. Johansen and his men were awed by the cosmic majesty of this dripping Babylon of elder demons, and must have guessed without guidance that it was nothing of this or any sane planet. Awe at the unbelievable size of the greenish stone blocks, at the dizzying heights of the great carven monolith, and at the stupefying identity of the colossal statues and bas-reliefs of the queer image found in the Shrine of the Alert, is poignantly visible in any line of the mate's frightened description. Without knowing what futurism is like, Johansen achieved something very close to it when he spoke of the city. For instead of describing any definite structure or building, he dwells only on the broad impressions of vast angles and stone surfaces too great to belong to anything right or proper for this earth, and impervious with the horrible images and hieroglyphs. I mention his talk about angles because it suggests something Wilcox had told me of his awful dreams. He said that the geometry of the dream place that he saw was abnormal, non-Euclidean, and loathsomely redolent of spheres and dimensions apart from our own. Now an unlettered seaman felt the same thing while gazing at the terrible reality. Johansen and his men landed at a sloping mud bank on this monstrous acropolis and clambered slipperily over to the titan oozy blocks which could have been no mortal staircase. The very sun of heaven seemed distorted when viewed through the polarizing miasma welling from this sea-soaked perversion, and twisted menace and suspense lurked leeringly into those crazily elusive angles of carven rock where a second glance showed concavity after the first showed convexity. Something very like fright had come over all the explorers before anything more definite than rock and ooze and weed was seen. Each would have fled had he not dared the scorn of the others, and it was only half-heartedly that they searched, vainly as it proved, for some portable souvenir to bear away. It was Rodriguez the Portuguese who climbed the foot of the monolith and shouted what he had found. The rest followed him and looked curiously at the immense carved door with the now familiar squid dragon bas-relief. It was, Johansen said, like a great barn door, and they all felt it was a door because of the ornate lintel, threshold, and jambs around it, though they could not decide whether or not it lay flat like a trapdoor or slantwise like an outside cellar door. As Wilcox would have said, the geometry of the place was all wrong. One could not be sure that the sea and the ground were horizontal, hence the relative position of everything else seeming phantasmally variable. Bryden pushed at the stone in several places without result. Then Donovan felt over it delicately around the edge, pressing each point separately as he went. He climbed interminably along the grotesque stone molding. That is, one would call it climbing if the thing was not at all horizontal, and the men wondered how any door in the universe could be so vast. Then, very softly and slowly, the acre grate panel began to give inward at the top, and they saw that it was balanced. Donovan slipped, somehow propelled himself down, or along the jam, and rejoined his fellows, and everyone watched the queer recession at the monstrously carved portal. In this fantasy or prismatic distortion, it moved anomalously in a diagonal way, so that all rules of matter and perspective seemed upset. The aperture was black with darkness almost material. The tenebrousness was indeed a positive feeling, for it obscured such parts of the inner wall ought to have been revealed, and actually burst forth like smoke from the aeon-long imprisonment, visibly darkening the sun as it slunk away into the shrunken and gibbous sky on flapping membranous wings. The odor arising from the newly opened depths was intolerable, and at length the quick-eared Hawkins thought that he heard a nasty slopping sound down there. Everyone listened. And everyone was listening still, when it lumbered slobberingly into the sight, and gropingly squeezed its gelatinous green immensity through the black doorway into the tainted outside air of that poisoned city of madness. Poor Johansen's handwriting almost gave out when he wrote of this, of the 6 men who never reached the ship. He thinks 2 perished of pure fright in this accursed instant. The thing cannot be described. There is no language for such abysms and shrieking and immemorable lunacy, such eldritch contradictions of all matter, force, and cosmic order. A mountain walked or stumbled. God! What wonder that across the earth the great architects went mad, and poor Wilcox raved with fever in that telepathic instant. The thing of the idols, the green, sticky spawn of the stars, had awakened to claim his own. The stars were right again. And what an age-old cult has failed to do by design, a band of innocent sailors had done by accident. After vigintillions of years, the great Cthulhu was loose again and ravening for delight. The 3 men were swept up by the flabby claws before anybody turned. God rest them if there be any rest in the universe. They were Donovan, Guerra, and Engstrom. Parker slipped as the other 3 were plunging frenziedly over endless vistas of green-crusted rock to the boat, and Johansen swears he was swallowed up by an angle of masonry which shouldn't have been there, an angle which was acute, but behaved as if it was obtuse. So, only Bryden and Johansson reached the boat and pulled desperately for the alert as the mountainous monstrosity flopped down the slimy stones and hesitated, floundering at the edge of the water. Steam has not been suffered to go down entirely, despite the departure of all hands for the shore, and it was the work of only a few moments of feverish rushings up and down between the wheels and engines to get the alert underway. Slowly, amidst the distorted horrors of that indescribable scene, she began to churn the lethal waves, whilst on the masonry of that charnel shore like it was not the earth of Titan. It was not of earth the Titan thing from the stars slavered and gibbered like Polypheme cursing the fleeing ship of the Odysseus. Then, bolder than the storied Cyclops, the great Cthulhu slid greasily into the water and began to pursue with vast wave-rising strokes of cosmic potency. Bryden looked back and went mad, laughing at intervals until death found him one night in the cabin while Johansson was wandering deliriously. But Johansson had not given out yet. Knowing that the thing could surely overtake the alert until steam was fully up, he resolved on a desperate chance, and setting the engine for full speed, ran lightning-like on deck and reversed the wheel. There was a mighty eddying and foaming in the noisome brine, and the steam mounted higher and higher. The brave Norwegian drove his vessel head-on against the pursuing jelly, which rose above the unclean froth like the stern of a demon galleon. The awful squid head with writhing feelers came nearly up to the bowsprit of the sturdy yacht, but Johansson drove on relentlessly. There was a bursting of an exploding bladder, a slushy nastiness of a cloven sunfish, a stench as of 1,000 open graves, and a sound that the chronicles would not put on paper. For an instant the ship was befouled by an acrid and blinding green cloud, and then there was only the venomous seething astern, where, God in heaven, the scattered plasticity of that nameless sky spawn was nebulously recombining in its hateful original form, while its distance widened every second as the alert gained impetus from its mounting steam. That was all. After that, Johansson only brooded over the idol in the cabin, and attended to a few matters of food for himself and the laughing maniac by his side. He did not try to navigate after the first bold fight, for the reaction had taken something out of his soul. Then came the storm of April 2nd, and a gathering of the clouds about his consciousness. There is a sense of spectral whirling around through liquid gulfs of infinity, of dizzying rides through reeling universes on a comet's tail, and of hysterical plunges from the pit of the moon, and of the moon and back again to the pit, all livened by a cachinnation chorus of the distorted, hilarious elder gods and the green, bat-winged mocking imps of Tartarus. Out of that dream came rescue, the Vigilant, the Vice Admiralty Court, the streets of Dunedin, and the long voyage back to the old house by Egebike. He could not tell. They would think him mad. He would write of what he knew before death came, but his wife would not guess. Death would only be a boon if he could blot out the memories. That was the document that I read, and I have now placed it in the tin box beside the bas-relief of the papers of Professor Engel. With it shall go this record of mine, this test of my own sanity, wherein is pieced together that which I hope I may never be pieced together again. I have looked upon all that a universe has to hold of horror. Even the skies of spring and the flowers of summer must ever afterwards be poison to me. But I do not think my life will be long. As my uncle went, as poor Johansson went, so I shall go. I know too much, and the cult still lives. Cthulhu still lives too, I suppose, again in that chasm of stone which has shielded him ever since the sun was young. His accursed city is sunken once more, for the Vigilant sailed over the spot after the April storm, but his ministers on the earth still bellow and prance and slay around idol-capped monoliths in lonely places. He must have been trapped by the sinking whilst within the black abyss, or else the world will now be screaming with fright and frenzy. Who knows the end? What has risen may sink, and what has sunk may rise. Loathsomeness waits and dreams in the deep, and decay spreads over the tottering cities of men. A time will come, but I will not and cannot think. Let me pray that if I do not survive this manuscript, my executors may put caution before audacity, and see to it that it meets no other eye.
Boom Boom FH Cthulhu Rulio Gonagofan. Yup. Yup. Cthulhu Fan.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandman. I want to never talk again. I want to never speak ever again. We did it! We read so much today. Hi, Khaled. It's so cold. I relate. It's very cold here, too.
What an asshole!
Oh, my God.
People clap.
Thank you. Thank you for the bits. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Sandman. Thank you, Red Talon. Thank you, Silver, Sarah. So many of you. I think I thanked all. That's for all the poop. Yeah, I thank you guys. Thank you for all the bits today. Thank you for trying to interrupt my reading. But most of all, thank you for being here. Guys, thank you so much for coming to the stream and for hanging out and for just being a part of this. Thank you. I am gonna end the stream rather than swap over to horror games because, like I said, I kind of wish to never speak again. I kind of want to just never talk ever again. But hey, we did it. I fulfilled a community goal. We did the stream. Thank you for enjoying it. It genuinely means a whole ton to me that people came out and watched today. Like I said earlier, I fully expected no one to. I fully expected this to like be one of those like no one's really watching kind of streams. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming by and for hanging out and for just being a part of it. It means a lot. It means so very much. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna go rest my voice. I'm gonna go get some food and stuff like that. I'm gonna go eat and I'm gonna go sleep. I'm gonna go sleep at some point. So yeah, guys, thank you so much. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. I will be back tomorrow and we'll probably return to Cyberpunk. We'll probably return to Cyberpunk tomorrow. Or horror. Honestly, it depends on how I feel. It genuinely will just depend on what I feel like tomorrow, but I'm imagining Cyberpunk. I'm imagining that. But we'll see. Maybe not. Maybe not. Guys, thank you for hanging out. It is Halloween, but the problem is everyone plays horror games for Halloween. Here's the problem. There are many tactical reasons not to play horror games for Halloween, because everyone's playing horror games for Halloween. And I know for a fact that a lot of people are not interested in watching horror games, so since I play horror games like all year round, I kinda like to just do something else for Halloween. Since everyone else is doing horror games, you know what I mean? But we'll see. We'll see. In any case, I am just gonna leave. I'm not gonna like drag out the ending. We're gonna rate a very, very, very old friend of mine called Mike. Some of you might remember him because we typically rate him when he does his birthday streams where he makes cakes. He's currently playing The Quarry. He's very fun. He's Mike. He's one of the first people that I ever got to know on Twitch. I've known him for years and years and years. He's playing The Quarry. Go say hello. Go say hi. He's great fun. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you all so very much. I'm gonna rest my voice. And I'll talk to you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Have a wonderful day tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Etc. etc. Bye!